Good morning, Diet Salt. Good morning, Mr. Mashal. How you guys doing today? Good morning, Geyser. How you doing today? Good morning, Warhog. Good morning. How you doing? I was watching Taskmaster. You guys ever watch Taskmaster? I only recently started watching it. Wait. Taskmaster and Dropout are doing a crossover? For real? When did you see that? I would absolutely love to see a Dropout Taskmaster crossover. That would be hilarious. Yeah, Dropout TV. That's what we're talking about. Taskmaster is a British show where they have comedians go on and compete by assigning them arbitrary tasks or random tasks. Like one of the tasks I just watched was they had to they were on one side of the river with several bags of groceries, and they had to get the groceries across the river and into the cart. There was a shopping cart on the other side, and they had to get the groceries into the shopping cart the fastest they possibly could. Whoever was fastest won. It's like tasks like that, but it's pretty funny. Didn't Brennan leave Dropout recently-ish? No. No, they did a competition on Game Changer, one of the Dropout shows. Oh, thanks for watching, Andy Mac. What are the mods for the Castaway challenge? No mods. This is vanilla. Anyway, no. On one of the Game Changers, they did a competition where they had to come up with the most viral video idea, and one of the video ideas was a video where they announced that Brendan was leaving Dropout to start a career as a shoemaker for tiny dolls. What's the name of those dolls? Anyway, no, it was just a joke. Yeah, shoes for a type of doll. He's gonna move out into the woods, and they made a whole video of him announcing it. And but yeah, he's not actually leaving. Okay, I think we should probably get into it. Yeah, so I started on a coastal island. Oh, major break risk. I started on a coastal island, and then I turned on dev mode, and I deleted all of the terrain except the water, and then I replaced a lot of it with water. There's a crab swimming around. We got rid of all the geothermals. We got rid of everything except for this little island in the middle. Yeah, I gotta Google this Dropout Taskmaster crossover. There's 3 months ago. There's a lot of similarities between Game Changer and Taskmaster. They're not doing. It looks like they're not doing a full crossover though. Although maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, how are you guys doing today? I'm going slow. Okay, let's get going. Let's get started. Let's get down to business? No, that can't be right.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bam!
Wait, what? Hey, Prim plays. Prim, thank you so much for using your Prime. I hope you're doing well. I really appreciate that. Have you been playing? Maybe not RimWorld, but you know. Diet Sol, are you having a stroke? What? What are you saying? Our character's very upset about life. Let's try to get enough wood for a passive cooler. At least she can swim. I really think there should be a trait for swimming. Like, some pawns should not be able to swim. Make it like Dwarf Fortress, where swimming is a skill. It's the saddest thing when one of your dwarves are fighting and they dodge an attack and roll right into your moat and then drown. You actually have to teach your dwarves how to swim. It's wild. For those of you guys who have played Dwarf Fortress, you know what I mean. If you haven't played Dwarf Fortress, well, maybe you should. Maybe you should. Hey, we're only 4 new subs away from hitting our last goal of the month. Can we do it today? You're not smart enough for Dwarf Fortress? You're not giving yourself enough credit. I can understand somebody saying they're not patient enough for Dwarf Fortress, but everyone's smart enough. How much fun is there to be had with the horror DLC? Some people love it, and some people are not a fan, so it really depends on how much you like horror. Horror, not horror. Sorry. How much you like what? Horror. Horror. I'm not a big fan though. Like I turn it off. I don't even play with anomaly turned on.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bam!
Etho, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Etho Weist? Etho, I'm just gonna call you Etho. Thank you so much for 3 gifted subs. That's very, very kind of you. Very generous. I really appreciate that. Now we're only one away from the last goal of the month. Thank you so much. Well, I like them. You like... What? No?
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Oh, and you subbed on top of it? Oh, man. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Alright, well, we hit our goal. Alright. Let's shut the stream off. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Thank you so much. I will not shut the stream off. Alright, let's focus on not dying here. Yeah, I don't know what the rules are for Valorant giving free ones. It doesn't matter, though. That's not important. I think the real question is, how many subs do we need to get to do a 24-hour stream? That's the real question.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Oh my god, man. You're gifting 5 subs. Mr. Mashal, thank you so much. There's a
Anyway,
Valorant
I
gifting
started
a sub.
blasting. Bang!
The alert triggers twice, apparently, when Valorant gifts a sub and you gift subs. Guys, thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate that. Just as a heads up, we're naming pawns after people who sub or resub or gift subs or tip or become members on YouTube. So those of you guys who are gifting subs, I will add you to the naming list. And I will make sure that you get a character named after you. Anyone who doesn't want to pay money, you can ask to be named as a robot or an animal as we get them. Paid forest weather. Is it rain? It is foggy rain. We gotta go for the Glitter World Medicine, I think. Although the uranium and plastic would be pretty handy. Oh, this is a tough choice. I think we have to go for the medicine. I'm really torn. I'm not usually torn so much on these. Five medicine could be critical. Plasty and uranium lets me expand my base. Yeah, I'm leaning towards medicine too. Medicine could save us from plague. Just so we're on the same page, I'm not going to name Ramos. We're going to leave her as Ramos. But every character after that we'll name. Yeah, considering the medicine could even save us from an animal attack. Sometimes it's too slow to tend without medicine. You just recently started your first RimWorld run? That's awesome. How are you going to process on an island? Oh, like progress? It's going to be very slow. We're mostly going to be building out of wood to start with. In the early game, it's going to be a matter of just trying to stay alive. And then we'll take any resources that we get from raiders. We'll trade them with traders. We'll trade the traders any fish that we get. And then any resources that we get from that, we'll use to expand. The goal is to build our structures mostly on bridges. We could end up deep drilling. It is possible. I don't actually know how the ground penetrating scanner will work on this map. Very slow and methodical, exactly. Yep. Very slow. Somewhat methodical, but mostly slow. I like the implication that it's foggy, so we're at 100% humidity, and it's raining, and it's not cooling down. And we're at about 98 Fahrenheit. 98 Fahrenheit at 100% humidity is just horrible. Nah, the boomalopes are wild boomalopes. I haven't tamed them. I don't actually have anything to tame them with. Right now, we're just kind of trying to stay alive. The biggest problem is heat stroke. I don't have any care or any clothing, so my temperature protection is really bad. And then we have so many mood penalties. Oh, this would actually be a good time to build the roof out, and I realize now. May as well go swimming. That'll give a little bit of protection from the rain so she doesn't get a penalty, mood penalty for that. Hot. It's way too hot here. If I could just have a breath of cool air. As I sit in my nice, lovely 70 Fahrenheit room. It's pretty nice in here. God, she must be so sweaty. Although, I guess she has the opportunity to jump in the water and kind of wash off a little bit. It's interesting that she likes being in physical pain, but not mental pain. She's a masochist. So she enjoys being in physical pain. She gets a mood boost for that. But if she's in mental pain, like she's hot, hungry, slept on the ground, slept in the heat. No, these things, not the kind of pain she wants. I switched to Kelvin because I used to play in Fahrenheit. And people would come into the stream and just nag me constantly about switching to Celsius. They hated Fahrenheit. They'd complain about Fahrenheit. And I refused to give in to people who bitch and moan. But I didn't want to listen to him anymore. So I switched to Kelvin. Now people don't complain about Fahrenheit anymore. Some people complain about it in the YouTube comments about Kelvin, but for the most part, people don't seem to care too much. Let's go ahead and set this to only like 10 fish, maybe even 15 fish. Leave the fish out for the boomalope. There you go, little boomalopes. They don't eat fish. They don't like fish. I need that passive cooler. Oh, awesome, a raid. He's got pants. He's delicate. All right, we should be good. He's 67 years old with hearing loss, cataracts, and asthma. We should be okay. I think the club is a little bit better than the knee spike. There's like a lot of animals swimming around out there. I want this guy's pants. Take off your pants! Wait, what? I need you to go for a swim. Now. Oh, I do have a bow. I forgot about that. I don't even remember where I got the bow at. I guess I crafted it. Nah, the roof doesn't help with heat. Unfortunately. Oh my god, he just destroyed her arm. This dude's supposed to be delicate. God damn it. Okay. Well, that's not good. At least you got some pants. My god, that was not how I wanted that to go. We're gonna play it out, of course. There's no reason to restart, but... losing her arm so early in the run is rough. We just need a little bit more wood and then we can make a passive cooler. It's interesting she's not in pain. Oh no, she is in medium pain. Okay, never mind. Masochist in serious pain, plus 10. Oh no. Well, this isn't good. No, don't go in there. You gotta stay outside. It's too hot in there. She might survive? She's not dying, that's the thing. She's not getting worse because the temperature's not high enough to make it worse. If the temperature goes down to 300, she'll survive. This might be a restart. Guys, I'm so sorry. On Twitch, some ads are going to play in a minute and 50 seconds. So hopefully we get some closure before the ads start, or else you're going to have a bit of a cliffhanger. It's 3:02. The vulture came in to start eating the corpse. To make matters worse, we don't have any food. Uh-oh, it's getting hotter out. I was only 5 wood away from building a passive cooler, too. Damn it. Well. Her leg could heal. Oh no, it's really bad. I probably should have tended that. We're up to 313. Oh, it's pretty hot. Yeah, we might have to restart. We'll see. That would be very disappointing. God, there's so many animals on here. I almost need to do something about the animals. Uh-oh, now we think we're dying again. Heat stroke's building up again. It's so hot here. I guess the silver lining is we don't have to continue on with only one arm, so at least there's that. Our consciousness is down to 42%. Well, I think this is going to be the end. Although nighttime the temperature will drop a little bit. You know, I wondered that, and I was uninstalling the horseshoe pin a few times to see if the swimming would be more frequent. No, I'm not spawning in the golden cube, but it's a fun idea. She's so close to surviving. She just needs the temperature to go down like one more unit. Yeah, I was thinking that too, that we could have even potentially replaced these walls with the plasteel, allowing us to get the passive cooler a little bit quicker. We are 1 Kelvin away from survival. It just has to go down one more. Nope, and it's going back up. God damn it, we got so close. Okay, well, I like that these survivors are not going to do anything to help. Sorry, not survivors, travelers, I mean. Screw you guys. I probably could have restarted already, but I wanted to just play it out just to see. Just to see. But I think it's pretty well confirmed now that we're gonna die. Alright, restart. That's one thing I hate about this game. Should get way colder in the desert at night. Hate is a strong word. But desert should be really hot during the day and really cold at night. Yeah, and you think the rain would reduce the temperature a little bit. Although the fog means 100%, you know, really, really high humidity. 100% humidity. Oh, I have no doubt there's mod for it. I'm doing a vanilla run. No mods. Oh my god, we got 71 obsidian. Oh my god, we're off to a good start. Alright. We are off to a solid start. Honestly, it probably is a volcanic island, so making our first hut out of volcanic stone, you know what? Actually, obsidian's like volcanic glass, isn't it? No, it's volcanic rock. Makes for an intimidating decor. Alright, we're off to a good start. How much is a knife? Well, that's an interesting question. More than we have. 30. Hmm. I suppose it might be worth it. What's the opening speed on an obsidian door? Oh, it's 100%. That's cool. Only 80 HP though. Hmm. You know, that could be worth it. I like that idea. At least she has all of her limbs now. She's got both arms. Oh, it's poor quality. Oh well. Oh, it's actually pretty bad. I would have thought the shelter would have been priority. No, not necessarily, because although yes, shelter helps against manhunting animals, it doesn't really help against anything else right now, because it's still going to be just as hot inside as it is outside. Plus, we'll be able to finish our shelter pretty quick. The hardest part about building the shelter is the door. What are you gonna do with 4 obsidian? Is stacking priorities with right-click a DLC thing? What do you mean? You can order them, if that's what you're talking about. With right click. Yeah, any stabbing attack has a higher chance of doing damage to internal organs. Any slashing attack has a chance to hit multiple targets or hit multiple limbs. Blunt attacks could also do damage to internal organs, but they have to kind of like over hit an external hitbox, if I remember correctly. Oh, I see what you're saying, like queuing stuff up. No, hold shift while you're doing it. Not like you hold shift and then right click the order and then right click this, right click that, holding shift. No, feel free to ask questions. I don't mind. Ask as many questions as you have. I don't know if you noticed this, but there's not actually that much to talk about in the game, so answering questions helps give me something to talk about. You may have already noticed that, though. There's only so many things you can talk about on this small little sand island. Small little bump of sand in the middle of the ocean. Need defenses, you don't say. My little knife's not gonna do the trick. I don't actually know that this knife is better than than just using fists in the knee spike. Hey, Julie. There's a distinct lack of resources on that small island. What about the cactus, huh? I think you underestimate the cactus. The palm tree might actually seem like a good source of resources, but it's not. It's really not. Yeah, they're all swimming around. Hey, I got 71 obsidian from the water, so. Can you build a gun out of cacti? Yeah, it fires little needles. Yeah, you never seen a cactus gun before? What water creatures are in the game now? Sort of. You can fish, so you get fish from water. And there are animals that swim. You guys don't want to buy obsidian? You can build a bow out of cactus. We don't have dolphins. Yeah, I'd like to see them add more aquatic creatures, and I'd like to see them add more swimming. Like, I think all animals that are able to swim should have a swimming animation. Sometimes they just kind of walk around in the water. Can you craft with it, or is it too high level? Craft with what, the obsidian or the cactus? Actually, we should just shut the stream off and all go fishing. What do you say? Everybody call in sick to work. We're going fishing. Obsidian? No, it's not too high level to craft. Resources don't really work like that. The crafting skill is dependent on what you want to craft. Or sorry, the crafting requirement is based on what you want to craft. Yeah, Julie. Oh, well, I was going to say you can just go fishing with me, but you mean like streaming it? That's too much work. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are watching the iceberg playthrough that I'm doing on YouTube, but I don't know if I actually showed it on stream, but there's quite a few times where my fishing character has gotten bit while fishing. You almost got fired today? I'm glad you didn't get fired. That sucks. That sucks you almost got fired. But you didn't get fired, right? So they didn't put you on one of those like performance improvement plans, did they? You're an antisocial nerd. You don't want to touch grass? What about touching water? Here's the secret. Just put shoes on, then you don't have to touch the grass. Mind blown, huh? You were on one of those last month? Really? That sucks. Oh, Christian, you're saying if you would have gotten fired, then you'd be going fishing? I see what you're saying. You know what the great thing about fishing is? You don't have to talk. That's the great thing. If you're antisocial, you don't talk while fishing. You sit in perfect silence. Like Ramos. Ramos isn't saying a word right now. I mean, she is alone on a deserted island, so... I had not considered a roof collapse trap, but I'm not sure that would work here too well. Transport pod crash? Oh, get the clothing. I need your clothing. I'd probably talk to myself. Yeah, me too. I talk to myself a lot. No, come back! You're not allowed to leave? Oh my god. Well, that went about as poorly as I possibly could have hoped for. All right, well, we're gonna still bring the clothing back. That sucks. Now it's almost tattered and it's tainted. All right, not great. I don't know if she got her with the knife or the knee spike. Wow, it was she hit her with the handle of her knife in the arm, and she died. It's not a pure solo run, no. But we're at a point in the run where I just don't think it makes sense to be adding more pawns. I suppose a second pawn wouldn't be the end of the world since we can fish, but I gotta be careful making the raids too much harder. I think we would still be under the raid point threshold if I did add just one more pawn, but I'm not too worried about it at the moment. The way the game works, if you're under a certain amount of raid points, so the game calculates raid points. If you guys aren't familiar, the game calculates raid points based on an equation that includes the number of pawns you have, the total wealth of your structures, pawns, items, all that, the threat scale, so the difficulty you choose at the beginning of the game, the adaptation, which is a hidden value based on how well you've been doing, which they measure by tracking the amount of time it's been since you have had a pawn die or get knocked down. And from that they determine raid points. But if your raid point value is under a certain amount, like there's a minimum threshold where extra modifiers don't kick in. That's why you almost always get, no matter what difficulty you play on, you almost always get a single pawn raid at the beginning of the game. Because you're usually under that threshold at the very beginning, so your difficulty hasn't kicked in yet. Like right now, I'm playing on 500% threat, but my raids aren't being multiplied by 500% threat, if that makes sense. But once I go above that threshold, then immediately all of my raids are 500% harder. So if I add a pawn, it will increase my raid points by the pawn count value. But my wealth is so low right now that I don't really... Like, realistically, I probably could get away with 1 or maybe 2 extra pawns. At that point, it really just becomes a matter of feeding them and keeping them happy, which is difficult. But then it becomes much easier to defend against raids with 2 pawns. It becomes much easier to tend medical issues with 2 pawns. So it's definitely a trade-off. And is it worth taking a second pawn at this point? Maybe. I really would have to try it out. It might be worth it. When I do a run like Sea Ice or Extreme Desert, it's really not worth a second pawn to begin with. But that's because food is so limited. But then again, that was before fishing. So now that we have fishing, that whole thing, the strategy changes. Where does it show your current wealth level? So this is a little misleading, but it shows your current wealth level in here. So for calculating raid points, You're actually using this number minus half of your colony wealth buildings. The equation for determining raid points only uses 1/2 of your building wealth. So when you convert resources into structure, not only are you reducing the value to the structure value, but you're also using half the structure value. Does that make sense? So this is not the wealth number they're using. It's this number minus half of this number. So we're at around 2,000 wealth. A little over 2,000 wealth for determining our raid points. Julie, is that where you live? Oh my god, are you a mermaid? Wait, how do you type? How are you on the internet right now? Statues and items with quality count as structures? Or furniture, yes. Statues and furnitures count as structures, yes. It's better to use resources than stock up. Exactly. Yes? Wow, you're kind of awesome. I didn't know that about you. I just learned that today. Was that rude to say to somebody? I didn't know you were awesome before. I've spoke with you so many times before, and I didn't know you were awesome. Sorry. I don't mean it like that. Yes, not only do you not want to stockpile items, you want to keep the lowest number of items you can in your colony. You also prefer exchanging those into useful structures. That's correct, Christian, but keep in mind the amount of utility you get out of an excellent marble statue is significantly higher than the amount of wealth that it adds. Hey, the Sea of. Well, thanks for watching my Wormhole plays. You always rescue every old peg-leg, drug addict, jealous pawn that gets itself in a position to be captured. I don't necessarily have a different policy. I think you'll find that a lot of people who play on max difficulty, and I'm not saying you play on max difficulty, but for the sake of comparison here, people who play on max difficulty generally lean towards a strategy of more pawns is better than few, because you can just sacrifice them. Adding more pawns to your colony does make the game harder. That's true. But when a pawn dies, your game gets easier. Not only does the pawn count go down, but there's this thing called adaptation. The adaptation grows over time when your pawns don't die. And then when they die, there's a reduction. So the more pawns that die, and this is kind of like a scale that, actually, you know what? I have a YouTube video. If you're really interested in how it works, I have a YouTube video that explains it. So I'm not going to go too deep into the details of adaptation, but just to get to the overall point, it is a good strategy to just add every pawn you can. Just every single pawn you can add to your colony, add it. So I wouldn't necessarily say I have a different policy than you. To me, it's a little more situational, though. In the early game, I'm a little more hesitant to add pawns. In the mid to late game, I add every single colonist I possibly can, or every pawn I possibly can. Hey, King Cookie, what counts as in the colony for this? Just on the map or in a storage? So, a long time ago, RimWorld used to only count things that were in a stockpile towards wealth. But now it counts every single item on the map. It only counts claim structures. So if there's an ancient danger or ruins, it won't count those. It will count, weirdly enough, it will count any floors on the map. Christian, that's a really good question. Does furniture in a stockpile count as an item or a structure? I don't actually know the answer to that question. I would guess it counts as an item. But I do not know the answer to that question. I wish I knew. Start saving up wood for a passive. Yeah, that's what I would think, that it counts as an item. Anything minified, I think, counts as an item. Never actually done a tiny island survival run. Has it been fun and interesting? Surprisingly, yeah. It is quite fun. It's slow, as long as you don't mind a slow RimWorld run. Yeah, Zagarius. Another thing you can do, and I don't support this kind of behavior, but you can beat up your own pawns. Like, you don't even necessarily need to bring the wimp into battle. You literally could just have a wimp as a colonist, or anyone as a colonist that is your beat up pawn, and then every once in a while you beat them up. It will still count as adaptation reduction. You can do that, and this is going to get even darker, and I'm so sorry for what I'm about to say. But in terms of adaptation, slaves count as colonists. So if a slave dies in battle, it's the exact same as a colonist dying in battle in terms of the difficulty getting easier. Truth be told, the way that adaptation works is very complicated. All you really need to know is that it's a sliding scale. There's a minimum and a maximum that it will affect the difficulty of your game. Like, think of it like a multiplier. That if you're at the bottom of the scale, it will reduce the difficulty by a multiplier. If you're at the top of the scale, it will increase the difficulty by a multiplier. And that scale goes up or down based on how many and how many pawns are knocked down and killed, and how long it's been since a pawn has been knocked down and killed. I usually have at least one sacrifice pawn in my colonies. I call them scapegoat. That's what I name them. And they're always the one who goes on risky missions. They're always the one who's in the front line. Yes, yeah, you started watching the Iceberg playthrough, and I did leave some down pawns to their fate. Yes, that is entirely because of the environment. When I'm doing a run like that, I don't take every single pawn, but... Julie, I think you might be confused. He bases his morality on who pays him the most. What are you talking about? His morality is, what will you pay me to believe in? I don't know which is worse, to be honest with you. Yeah, Warhog, that's true. I think like the 30% is probably the best time to cut these cactus down. Oh, Drunkosaurus, the game's about having fun. Who cares? If you want to build a rocket, then do a run and try to build a rocket. If you're having fun, then who cares? When do you save this run, if at all? What do you mean? Yeah, Miranda, but you're not a Fox News commentator, are you? Fox News commentators don't have morality. They just spew whatever they're paid to. I guess most news commentators are like that, but... Sorry for going political for a second. I don't save this run because I'm playing... it's not permadeath anymore, it's commitment mode, I guess. I have one save file from the beginning of the run. It's okay, Julie. I like the jokes. You're allowed to talk about whatever you want. I try to keep my commentary light these days. Yeah, I did think about, if for anyone that wants to try this themselves, I did think about uploading the save file to Discord, if you guys are interested in that. I kind of wish there was a way to save the map without the character, if that makes sense. That way you can always just roll whatever character you want and play on the map. But if you want to do that, you're going to have to make your own map. I don't think there's any way for me to save the map independent of the character. How much for a passive cooler? We need 50 wood. She can swim to get rid of her heat stroke. Release the Hermes Island files. Dude, don't joke about that. Ramos is a 17-year-old girl, and she's completely... She doesn't have any clothes, so let's keep it cool. Keep it cool. No need to make this weird. Just get the seed and tile location. That won't work because this is a custom map that I made with dev mode. Now, we can't make a hat without a tailor bench. The only thing we can make right now is tribal wear, which is pretty good for cold, but not so good for heat. Actually, it's not bad for heat. Now that I say it, I look at that. I thought it was good for cold and not heat, but I'm wrong. It's actually decent for heat. Well, I definitely can save the save file. I can share the save file. It also uses a custom scenario, which is basically just naked brutality, but with fishing researched. Yeah, I knew tribal wear was better temperature or cold protection, but I didn't know it was better heat protection. But I'm assuming the same is true for adult gear. Right now we're just waiting for cactus. Or an event to happen. If you guys are interested, here, I will post it on Discord. Here's a link to Discord on the Twitch chat. Here, I'll copy paste it to YouTube chat. Copy. Paste. There's a link to Discord if you guys want to join. I will post the save file. There's not really a good channel to post the save file in. I guess I'll just post it in chat. And I'll pin the message. For anyone that wants to try it themselves. If you want to join Discord and you don't want the save file, that's cool too. Just come join us on Discord. Julie says you're they're antisocial and then joins Discord. What's that about? I didn't realize how far behind YouTube is from Twitch. Wait, what's the delay on YouTube? Oh, I didn't even realize. I use low latency mode on Twitch, so it's like a 2-second delay. I don't know what it is on YouTube. YouTube has like a 1+ minute delay. Wait, no way. How do I fix that? Stream settings. Stream latency. We're set to low latency. But that can't be the... You can't. It's YouTube's fault. Really? Oh, sorry about your migraine, buddy. That sucks. Hope you feel better. Oh, Julia, I understand that. You know the last time I answered the phone? Then again, I don't know that it's because of anxiety. I think it's more because I don't know anyone that uses the phone. The only people who call me are scams and wrong numbers. If it's important, they'll leave a message. 100% agree. I honestly could not agree anymore. If it's really important, they'll leave me a letter in the mail. Is that for your job, Axel? People try to steal your voice for AI these days? Well, if somebody wants to steal my voice for AI, there's nothing I can do about it. I think the best thing you can do is just never trust my voice, ever. If you hear my voice, never trust it. That actually sounds pretty awesome, Miranda. I need one of those. Oh my god, Feb. The bots soliciting our commissions. Oh my god. You really had a nerve with me there. Frita? Is it Frita? Did I pronounce that right? Hey, buddy. Frit is fine? Okay. They can display any number they want, modulate any voice. I haven't had that happen to me yet. FedEx can deliver to the island, but nobody has my address, so no one's going to deliver. It's very hot out and Ramos is suffering. She needs a little bit more wood to be able to make a passive cooler. She needs to go for a swim. We could make a horseshoe, but I think we're better off trying to save wood for a passive cooler at this point. Go swimming, Ramos. Is it wrong that I'm a little disappointed that we get so many Castaway references and like 0 Robinson Crusoe references? I guess Castaway was less problematic. Still, though. I like that book. You did call it a Castaway challenge? Yeah, but that's because that's what you call a person on a deserted island, right? A castaway. It's not in reference to the movie, but I get that people might not. I guess they're more likely to associate with the movie, aren't they? Can you force a swim zone then set to joy? I can't force a swim zone, but I can set them, and I haven't done this yet, and I should. I can set them to full-time recreation. Although I don't know that this is necessarily going to help. Yeah, King Cookie. I love that Robinson Crusoe gets literally everything he needs to survive. How convenient. Here's an island all to yourself and all of the means of survival. Well, the problem is it's a really old book, and it was written during an era that a lot of people cannot identify with. So, I mean, I kind of get it. I don't think it's that he inherits it. I think it's that he owned it to begin with, and that somebody else just ran it for him. And when he gets off the island, it's like, oh, hey, we were running your plantation for 45 years, and you're rich. Yeah, unfortunately, Ramos has absolutely nothing she needs to survive. She kind of got a small... She's got a small island, though. She didn't get a very big island to start with. I did think about making the island a little bit bigger, but I feel like that would kind of defeat the purpose. I do think it would be kind of cool to do a custom tropical island that is handmade. Like maybe like this big with like just a geothermal in the center of it, kind of to mimic a volcanic island. Maybe put one cave on it or something. I think that'd be kind of cool. But at a certain point, you do kind of get away from the challenge. In general, though, I think that would be a really cool map. Some of the islands you get just by the default map generation don't feel very... Oh, that's true. Yeah, you could just make an actual volcano in the middle. That is true. Yeah, you saw from yesterday, hot is the word. Yeah, that's the most important thing right now, is trying to deal with the heat. That way we don't have to rely on RNG. Can they raid by foot, or is it all drop off? They can raid by foot. Yeah, they'll just enter in at the edge of the map. Okay, I'm going to build the passive cooler, and I'm going to really hope it doesn't botch. Oh, okay, we got it. We got it. And then we'll save the wood as emergency. This fuel's going to go away, but at least we have this here that we can refill if the heat gets bad. Yeah, Warthog, when I was first thinking about this idea, I knew that the first raid was going to be the biggest hurdle in the run. Once we get a gun, it's not going to be so bad. We might be able to save up enough wood for a single trap. That way we can just use it to try to get a gun. Once we get a gun, we're going to be in much better shape. Frit, what kind of run are you doing? That's a cool idea. You can always add a newly discovered island later that your pawns can move to. That's kind of a cool idea. Yeah, you know what? Congrats for some important stuff. I think this is the first time I built a passive cooler in one of these runs, so we're making progress. I don't know how big this island is, like 30 by 30 or something. And we have to share it with an ostrich. Wonder if Wormworld have a Skyblock challenge run because this is giving me Minecraft Skyblock Island challenge. Hey, that's where I got the idea from. Well, actually, I got the idea from C-Block from Factorio, which they got the idea from Skyblock from Minecraft. Minecraft Skyblock is my favorite mod for my favorite mod for Minecraft. Or mod pack, I guess it is. Yeah, the idea is that we're going to expand this island using bridges. We could also use moisture pumps, but I'm not sure if I really want to go the route of moisture pumps. I kind of like the idea of just having this small little sand island and then doing all bridges around it. Return to the original island to see how the folks you abandoned are getting on. Man, that's the worst part about that book. He sends Friday to go get back and get his family, and then a ship comes and he fucks off. Oops, I forgot to have her fish more. I'm sure she'll be fine. Where's your cobblestone generator? Yeah, we're missing a few mods. Julie, are you saying the water, or sorry, the island should end up being completely underwater? And everyone who lives on the island will lose their house, their home? Because that's dark. Realistic and accurate, but dark. Honestly, you might be able to make something really cool out of this with mods. And try to do like a C-Block or a Skyblock style run. I'm doing it vanilla, so it's definitely a different kind of challenge, but... Oh, and then there we go. We got food poisoning. Awesome. I didn't know Terraria had a Skyblock. Oh man, I need to play that. No, there's no iceberg, so can't raise sea levels? What are you talking about? What is this? What do you call this? I need to play an Ice Dunes run. Add that to the list. We need to do an Ice Dunes run. I'm planning on doing an Extreme Desert Dunes run soon, if you guys are interested in that. Dunes is a really cool map feature. It basically makes the entire map flat. Oh, just Ramos. Didn't you already... The Iceberg run that is? Iceberg is different than Dunes, though. That's a different map. Iceberg is its own feature.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Eins! Sorry if I mispronounced your name, but thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you so much. Yeah, you really got a fish, buddy. You're in bad shape here. Man, food poisoning while you're starving is rough. Just start playing Terraria again on your Steam Deck? We gotta play multiplayer. Play some Skyblock. Skyblock to Terraria. Oh, Damien, that sounds awesome. Have you found a map like that? That would be really cool. Christian, are you asking if we get sandstorms here or on flat maps? Yeah, Warthog, I saw a plateau map that looked really, really cool when I was doing my video for map features. If you guys haven't watched my map features map on YouTube, you should go... My map features video on YouTube, you should go watch it. She might survive. once the food poisoning goes away, or were you gonna have to restart? Okay, she's alive. She's recovering. I'm very nervous though. Do we go for the iguana or do we go for... I meant a flat map. Yeah, some flat maps do have sandstorms, yeah. I think we gotta try to fish. Let's get rid of this heat stroke real quick. I think we have to fish. I can't fight the ostrich, I'll die. If you crash in a plane and you have to eat one of the survivors, that's survival. If you're on an island and a plane crashes on the island and you eat the survivors, that's monstrous. That's absolutely horrible. Wait, Julie, are you saying that you would eat the survivors? Or you would just force your character to eat the survivors? It's a big difference. Okay, she at least got a little bit of food in. Well, we got a knife. Oh, it's losing durability quick. It's not a very good knife, though, unfortunately. I really want to say that I don't think that cannibalism is congruent with Christianity, but then I remember, wait, no, never mind. What am I talking about? Oh, can we get the clothing? Oh, we need the clothing. NDK sent 10 non-immerse gifts of memberships. Oh my god. Thank you so much, man. Well, I hope you guys enjoy watching the videos early. Congrats on becoming members. I really need the clothing, but the malnutrition is bad. This doesn't provide any heat protection. I'm not going to eat Nate, guys. I don't have any silver to trade. NDK, thank you again. I really, really, really appreciate that. Thank you. No, don't cut trees. Go fish. We need you to fish right now, or you're gonna die. Did they destroy the graph field extender? Devil's Strand is good against hot, you're right, but parkas no longer provide protection against hot. They used to, but they don't anymore. They also used to slow your movement speed, but they took that out. Well, I think next up we're gonna expand the hut. Question is, do we want to build the bridge first? I think we do. In fact, I almost think that we'd be better off trying to get a fishing spot inside next. It takes a lot of wood to build bridges, though. Guys, thanks so much for the support today. I appreciate the subs and the memberships. Just as a friendly reminder, we're naming all pawns after Ramos. Ramos we're keeping pure? That's not the right word, but we're not going to name Ramos. We're going to keep her as our main story character. But every character after that, we're going to name after somebody who subs or resubs or gift subs or becomes a member on YouTube or gifts memberships on YouTube. But yeah, for those of you guys who became members from the gifted memberships, you'll be able to get any future videos, at least for the next month while you're members. You'll get those early. Get to watch a little bit early. I don't know about you guys, but I feel much more comfortable now that Ramos has clothing on. I want to kill that iguana, but... Is the family playthrough coming back? Yes. The next episode is probably 3/4 done. The next iceberg episode is also about... I'd say half done, 2/3 done. We don't need these clothes anymore. Look, Julie, I didn't pick the character, okay? I don't know what kind of monster picked the character. I don't know who was in charge of that. I'm the one who got her clothes, so. Yeah, it's Randy. Randy's a creep. Randy's a real creepy dude. Okay, she's dazed, but that's not the end of the world. Oh, now we need to get her recreation. I didn't even think about that. I was just going for a character that can survive a melee fight, which we found out she can't very well. Somebody who can tend herself. She's got good traits, good skills. I feel really judged right now. I feel like Twitch chat is judging me. I don't know how I feel. I thought the knee spike was going to be massive. Like, fuck, she's got 6 melee and a knee spike. She's going to be able to handle that first raider easy. Which we have now learned is absolutely not the case. Absolutely nothing easy about the first raid. You play an invented orphan challenge? I love it. What kind of run is a orphan challenge? Your daughters have to be able to protect themselves. If you ever get bullied at school, you just give them the knee spike. If someone doesn't take no for an answer, knee spike. How do you think a 16-year-old girl got a knee spike in the first place? Her parents were concerned. But yeah, you know, be prepared for slower uploads on the family only run. I will say that. I'm trying to aim for like once a week on the iceberg run, which means 4 iceberg episodes a month and probably like 1 family only run a month until it's finished. We're not that far from the end of the family only run though. Hey, stat-wise, the knee spike is actually pretty solid. On paper, it makes a lot of sense. In practice, it has not been great. Saw a vid on this? Oh, nice. Well, thanks for stopping by. How you doing today? It's not easy. I uploaded a copy of the save file for anyone that wants to try this. It's on Discord. Here's a link. It's pinned in the main chat on my Discord for anyone that wants to try it. Is it a challenge to escape the island? No, that would be a little bit too easy. Oh, sorry, ads just started playing. Can you still hear me? Ads started playing right as I was answering the question. Do you have it in borderless full screen? Wait. How do you put it in borderless full screen? I guess you can't do it in the game? Is that like a main menu thing only? The animals on my island are multiplying. I'm concerned. Alright, there we go. Ads will be over in just a minute. I don't know how I switched it to borderless full screen now that I'm actually looking at it. How did I do that? Why is it not? It just says borderless full screen. What does it say for you under resolution? That's so weird. Under general, run in background? Yeah, but that doesn't stop it from minimizing, right? That just stops it from pausing in the background. I think. Maybe that's what you need. Is that what I did? Change the launch properties? Oh, yeah. Add this to your launch properties. I think that's what it is. What's the biggest raid so far? We haven't had very big raids. We had the guinea pigs. We had a couple single raiders. I'm gonna eat that iguana. Since I only have one colonist and the wealth is really low, it means the raids are going to be really small for a while. See if the pop-up window thing works for you. To be honest, I don't know if that's what is actually causing it.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Note hot.
Rogish, thank you so much for resubbing, man. I will add you to the naming list. Thank you, buddy. Was that a two-person raid? I don't remember. Oh, yeah, it was, wasn't it? And didn't even land a shot, yeah. That's the way it goes sometimes, I guess. Let's get a little more fish and then we'll build the rest of this. Go for a little swim. I'm only going to refill that if the heat stroke gets really bad. Otherwise, I'm going to just rely on swimming to get rid of heat stroke. Store our wood here for now. Man, the island is a mess. Need some shelves or something. Are there sharks? No, but that would be really cool if there were. Is there a mod that adds sharks to the game? There should be. So we need 36 more wood just for the bridges, including the 10 we have, so I guess 26 more wood. I would love to be able to use this obsidian for something. I have to remember that I'm going to take out these two walls. I'll get a little bit of obsidian back for that. But I can't build obsidian on the bridges yet. Hey, an individual. Individual. I don't know how I feel about... Well, there are tornadoes in the game, actually. Can you plant seeds in desert? No, you can't plant anything on sand. There's a Sharknado mod. Did you know you can fish up Architect parts? Yeah, you can fish up basically any item in the game. I got 71 obsidian at the beginning of this run. The large birds just keep multiplying. 300 Kelvin in Celsius is 27 Celsius. You gotta subtract 273 from what you see on the screen. I'm glad you're enjoying the family series. The next episode will be up soon. Yeah, sorry that one's slow to upload. I don't know if you can fish up miniaturized? Whatever they call it. I don't know if you can fish up furniture. Change the ground's not a thing without dev mode. You can use moisture pumps to pump away the water and change the ground that way, but you can't change sand to dirt without dev mode. I did use dev mode to create this map though, just for the record. Can you get food poison from raw fish? IRL? You can get parasites. I don't know that you can get like E. coli though. I imagine you could. You could get food poisoning from raw fish if it sat out for a while. But yes, on the note of the family-only run, I've been busy working on the Iceberg series, so I haven't been working as much on the family-only series, but episode 14 of the family-only series is almost done. It's like 3/4 done. I'm hoping to have it done by the end of this week, maybe? I don't eat a lot of raw fish, so... Not an expert. Right now we just need to wait and keep cutting cactus down. My goal right now is to try to get a fishing spot inside the hut. What's the best way to find an iceberg map? If you go to the world map, you can search for it by pressing Z. It brings up search. You can also press the magnifying glass on the bottom right. And then just search iceberg. Keep in mind, iceberg, it doesn't always end up on sea ice. The one that I'm playing for the YouTube series is a sea ice iceberg. Like this one right here is a sea ice iceberg. But you can also get icebergs on, like this is a tundra iceberg. These two are tundra icebergs. You can search for any map feature to doing that, by the way. What factors do you consider before adding a second colonist by choice? Steven, it's usually the amount of food I'm producing. So in a run like this, we'll be able to add a second colonist pretty early on. Yeah, this stream will be available in the... If you go to my YouTube channel and then you click on live, the streams will all be available there. You can also watch it on Twitch if you go to videos on Twitch if you like using Twitch. I kind of want to save a little bit of wood just for an emergency if I need to fill up the passive cooler. But yeah, you can get some crazy stuff from fishing. Not to spoil anything, but in one of the episodes of the iceberg run, I had a character fish up human meat, and then immediately the next rare catch they got was a skeleton. It's dark, man. Thank you so much for answering. Hey, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. I'm happy to answer questions. Ask any questions you have. I got plenty of time to answer. How many hours of RimWorld do you have? Or how many hours do you have on RimWorld? About 8,000. We should preserve the remaining 4 obsidian? No, man, I'm going to use it. I'm going to end up deconstructing this wall, and then I'm going to rebuild. I might actually deconstruct this. This is a little risky, but I might deconstruct this, and then rebuild this one out of obsidian. It sounds so petty, but I can't build on bridges with obsidian. Not yet, at least. Ideally, I want to build my entire base on heavy bridges. That's kind of the end game goal. I'm hoping for now, whenever she gets heat stroke, she'll get rid of it with swimming. Yeah, most of those 8,000 hours have been streamed. I started playing RimWorld back when it was only available on the website. It wasn't on Steam. And then anybody who bought it then got a Steam key. So I had a few hundred hours before it ever entered Steam. And then I started streaming RimWorld back in... Well, I started streaming on Twitch in like 2016, and then I started streaming RimWorld in probably 2018. And I've put a lot of hours in this game on Twitch. I only recently started making YouTube videos. It's very new to me. I'm very happy that people enjoy them so much. That's pretty disgusting, Jacob. And by pretty disgusting, I mean extremely disgusting. That is messed up. Is this a custom map? Yeah, this is a coastal island desert that I then took. I took the map and edited it in dev mode. I don't have any mods installed. I just used dev mode to create the map. If you're interested in trying it yourself, I do have a copy of the save file uploaded to my Discord channel if you want access to that. Oh, cool, a Manhunter pack. Oh my god, it's guinea pigs again. I was deeply traumatized the last time we got attacked by guinea pigs. What? Why is mine? Just in case we start dying of heat stroke in here. We're gonna just hide out in here. But yeah, here's a link to Discord if you want to join, and the save file is pinned in the main chat channel. Unfortunately, that does mean that you have to use this character. The alternative is you could delete the character using dev mode and then spawn a new pawn. By the way, we were talking about this. I just wanted to confirm a guinea pig is 12 kilos, which is what, like 25, 26 pounds? That's a 26-pound guinea pig. A normal guinea pig is 2 pounds. I just googled world record largest guinea pig, and it tells me that there is an extinct species of guinea pig, or maybe not species, but you know what I mean, called Phoberomus pattersoni, that was 9 feet long and weighed approximately 1,500 pounds, comparable to a cow. There used to be cow-sized guinea pigs living in northern South America. That's incredible. Anyway, that's a 26-pound guinea pig. People in South America eat guinea pigs even today, so you have to imagine that they were eating giant guinea pigs, you know, back in the day. A run where you raise an army of guinea pigs would be so funny. I've never done a guinea pig farm, but I have done a rat farm before. We did a rat run where the goal was to breed a certain number of rats in the colony. I think it was like 250 rats or something to win. I can't remember the number we were trying to reach, but it was pretty substantial. It was a lot of rats. Oh, we can't go get the clothing as much as I would like to. Oh, is the monitor lizard gonna... Oh no, it should be okay. Oh, my bluefish is routed away. This is why we need to get a little fishing spot inside. Haven't built your starship yet? No, I didn't have your motivation, so I was feeling really... I was lost. I couldn't progress. I don't know, Lee. I can't confirm or deny that. There are too many animals on this island. There's not enough space for all of us. Saying I so believe in you makes it sound a little condescending, actually. I don't believe you. I so believe in you. Oh. Yeah, if you were watching yesterday and you're tuning in just right now and you see the guinea pigs and the heat stroke at the same time, well, well. Oh, look at that heat stroke just melt away with the passive cooler. So 3 wood is enough for 6 hours, though. That's solid. That's really good. Guys, I don't know what to say. Like, what do you even say about that? This was such a good run. Things were going so smoothly. All right, well, there's no coming back from that. I like that. I guess we could wait just in case. I've never seen a catatonic go away quick enough to survive when you're by yourself, though. We'll see. Pretty sure she's gonna starve to death, but we may as well wait, right? It's possible we get like a random colonist joining. How is that an event that can trigger solo? It feels pretty dumb, right? But it's an extreme break, and she was really upset. It is possible we have a colonist join, though. I like the idea that somebody just swims up. Yeah, you can stay on the island, too. Guys, I think I'm gonna have to reset. Unfortunately, the Man in Black cannot trigger if you... So the requirements for a Man in Black triggering is that you have to have at least 2 pawns in your colony. Or have named... So I think the way it works is you have to have named your colony. Which happens once you get your 2nd pawn. We can't get Man in Black here, though. It's not possible. We could get a 2nd colonist. It's almost certainly not going to happen, but we'll see. I think it's going to be a restart. That's okay, though, because, I mean, who would reasonably expect to beat this run when you first start trying it? This is definitely one of those things that you progress and learn and progress and learn. Hey, Mullet. You just bought Rimworld on the Steam sale? Wait, Rimworld's on sale right now? Oh, cool. Yeah, it's 20% off. Nice. Do you have any non-spoiling tips for a beginner? I have a bunch of YouTube videos that might help you, although I don't know if they're spoilers. Well, let me... I feel like every tip that I could possibly give you is a spoiler, because this game is about failing and failing and learning. First of all, welcome to Rimworld. Expect to die. Be prepared for bad things to happen. You know, any way that you can possibly die in this game, you're going to die in this game. I feel like if you have experience with Dwarf Fortress, you're going to be okay in Rimworld, though. Rimworld is very much... Well, Rimworld is much more about the personal lives of the colonists rather than the life of your colony, if that makes sense. So Dwarf Fortress is definitely the story of your fortress, not the story of your dwarves, although the story of your fortress is made up of the story of your dwarves. Rimworld's the opposite, though. Rimworld is the story of your colonists, and the story of your colony is made up of the story of your colonists. That makes sense. You do a lot more micromanagement of your pawns in RimWorld than you do of your dwarves in Dwarf Fortress. Alright, I think it's probably about time to restart. I think it's pretty safe to say no one's coming to save Ramos. I will tell you, though, the one tip I have for you, and this is very important, don't build your houses out of wood. You really do not want to build your houses out of wood, or steel for that matter. So what killed this run? Catatonic. My pawn went catatonic. She decided she no longer wanted to live. She laid down and never got up. This is fine. This is fine. We're making improvements. As you build your house out of wood. Do as I say, not as I do. Hey, Fluffy. Yeah, my character went catatonic. Nothing you can do about it. Yeah, honestly, I'm a firm believer in playing on commitment mode. Like, I feel like a lot of people are afraid to lose in this game, and you should not be. Lose and restart. I feel like that's the best way to learn this game. Was that out of lack of social or lack of recreation? It wasn't any one thing. It was just her overall low mood. She was stuck. Keep in mind, she was stuck in a hot room with no way of getting out because of guinea pigs had attacked. That's actually technically my second death to guinea pigs. She couldn't do any recreation. She could only eat raw fish. She was stuck in the dark. She was stuck in the heat. There were just so many mood penalties that caused her to bottom out her mood. And catatonic is an extreme break. How do you start with fishing? So this is a custom scenario that I have made for this run. It's naked brutality, but I've added fishing tech. That is the only thing I did to make the run doable. Otherwise, this would just be possible, but a nightmare. It's like how people beat sea ice on naked brutality. You can. It's doable. It's possible. But the amount of times you have to restart before you even get one run going is insane. And I know you might be thinking to yourself, but you're already doing a lot of restarts. Well, imagine how many restarts I would have to do if I didn't have fishing. How impossible is it to get heat reducing clothes this early on? An early raid or an early transport pod crash can possibly give clothing. Did you set up the map somehow or just found it on a world map? This is a coastal desert tile that I started on and then edited using dev mode. Yeah, I was thinking about that. How do you pronounce your name? Amma? Amma? I was thinking about that though. A 3 square room instead of a 4 square room. So the house would look a little bit... We could even, honestly, we could even do a 2 square room. Where there's no bed. Oh, she just sleeps on the ground inside, which we can force her to do. That's possible too. So the passive cooler goes here, and then she just kind of hangs out here. She would sleep on the ground. It wouldn't be any worse than a sleeping spot. I thought about that. I'm not sure that it really helps out, because I do need to store my food inside. I guess we could still store fish in this square. You're French? I gotcha. That's cool. I take it she didn't wake up? She did not wake up. It was Randy's fault. We're gonna pretty squarely blame Randy on that one. No, this is so the game of Ur is only available to tribal backgrounds, or sorry, tribal starts. We have horseshoes, which they're the same thing basically. Or sorry, no, Game of Ur would be the replacement for chess table because that's cerebral. Interestingly enough, the Game of Ur does not require seats. I don't know if you guys know that. The chess table does. But no, I cannot build a Game of Ur because we're not tribal. Encase the island in animal flap doors. I like that. I like that idea. This one's going to be harder because we're not going to have that sweet obsidian to start with. That's okay, though. That's the way this goes. It's part of the challenge. Yeah, Warhog, is that the video where he goes to the, like, Royal British Museum of whatever? And they talk about the Game of Ur? I remember watching that. That was a pretty good video. So realistically, this saves me 10 wood. So I don't know that that's a worthwhile trade. Let's go ahead and only set this to like 12 fish. We get 4 at a time. You made a wooden board of Ur. That's cool. Seems like it would be a hard game to find anyone to play with. You even played it with the people around? Did you have to teach them how to play? By the way, if anyone does end up copying the save file and trying this themselves, I'd love to hear how your attempts go. You'll probably do better than I've been doing. Please post screenshots. Post screenshots on Discord to let me know how your run goes. I need more tea. I've been streaming for 2 hours. I should take a break. Huge thank you again for people who gifted the subs and the memberships today. That was really nice of you. I'll make sure you guys get pawns named after you. We're naming pawns after anyone who subs or resubs or gift subs or tips. Anyone who becomes a member on YouTube. You'll get added to the naming list. And I will make sure a colonist gets named after you. We are not naming the starting character. She's going to stay as Ramos. She's the only constant in our ever-changing timeline. Yeah, there are several benefits that tribal would give me, but I feel like that's kind of contrary to the story, because the story is she has shipwrecked on this island. She was on a boat, and she has shipwrecked. Which, to be honest with you, is pretty similar to a standard crash landing, because they were on a ship and then shipwrecked. Hey, Miranda, thank you so much for becoming a member. I'll add you to the naming list. That being said, though, yeah, tribal would be a better start. Tribal gets access to the anima tree, which would be the biggest benefit. By the way, for anyone that's really interested, members get early access to all of the YouTube videos. Whenever I finish a video, I upload it immediately. And then the video goes public, usually the next day or the day after that. I think I'm already on from a Twitch sub, so I'm good. Ooh, yeah, but I reset the list. Sorry. Because we started a new run, I reset the list. Is there another island on this map that has the anima tree? No, but because this is the only island, or the only ground on the map, the anima tree cannot spawn anywhere but here. So it's almost guaranteed to spawn on this island. Which is a little cheesy, but since we can't use it right away, I don't mind so much. Didn't it spawn on your first run? It spawned on almost every single run so far that I can think of. It spawned on the last run. Let's actually put the wood outside for now. It doesn't need to be inside. I do want to make sure she's set to recreation most of the time. Just so that she has that higher chance of going swimming. Oh, oops, I was muted. I don't really watch anime anymore, but when I was younger, I used to watch Dragon Ball Z. And now every time I see Solar Flare and Rimworld, I just think of Dragon Ball Z. There's some aliens that are fighting up above our heads. Some little bald guy. I don't think that solar flare affected machines, though. I don't know, it's been a while. Was he actually the strongest human? It's been a while. I have not seen that in a while. Oh, a bulk goods trader. Oh my god. We gotta trade with them. Let's get more fish. They'll buy my fish. Fish actually sells pretty well. Don't we have access to... Oh, we only have access to bluefish here. I didn't realize. There is no special high-quality fish. Alright, please buy all of my fish. There's a duck floating around. Oh, no, that's their duck. I'm thinking, why is there a single duck? Man, guys, I want to buy the duck. Should I buy the duck? It's only 95 silver. I don't have enough to buy the duck. We don't have any clothing that we can buy. The synthroid veil is too expensive. I can't really buy any cloth. Not enough to do anything useful. I'd love to get the duck. That would be awesome. But I think we're going to have to go with wood. And even then, we're not going to be able to buy very much. 19 wood. What kind of rounding garbage is this? This one cost 2 and this one only cost 1. That doesn't make sense. They're giving me a bulk discount. Does the cloth face mask give heat protection? That's an interesting question. That live action movie was rough. I remember watching that and thinking, what the fuck am I watching? Yeah, it does give 0.4, which is not 0. I think I'm going to go ahead and fish more and try to sell it to them before they leave. So we need what? 60 wood to build the hut? Please don't leave. Please don't leave me. Can I come with you? This is the same problem that the iceberg story ran into. It's like the first trader comes by and they come and leave. Yeah, yes, abandon this crash-landed survivor on the ice. But we can't let her leave. That would be too easy. Some people yesterday were saying we should just caravan off the tile, but what would be the point of that? Kind of defeats the purpose. Honestly, I don't remember any of the actors from the live action one at all. It's a dog-eat-dog world. I don't think that's how the saying goes. Live action film of Dragon Ball. Which had almost nothing to do with Dragon Ball. I think most people erased it from their mind. Can you turn off the traders, or do you need it for specific stuff to actually survive? You know, that's a good question. I don't know of a way to turn off the traders. You could turn off the factions. You could turn off friendly factions. That would work. That would turn off the traders. But trading is part of the progression for this run. So as much as it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Alma was the girl from Shameless. Wait, what girl from Shameless? Yeah, we could probably progress just from raiders. But that would be really, really hard. We would need to get steel from ship parts. The primary way for us to sort of progress is going to be to smash down mechs and to smelt slag. But we need to get a smelter to smelt slag, and we need to get attacked by mechs to actually be able to get the steel from mechs. Really? Because the movie was so bad, he used an alias name to not be associated with it? Oh my god. I wonder if he knew it was going to be that bad to begin with. Guys, this is awful, but I need the money. I'm gonna take a break in just a few minutes here. I'll get some more tea. Eating raw fish every day, all day sounds rough. You know what, honestly? I think I am gonna go for the smaller room. Let's try it out. A little lean-to by the shore. Why would people want to eat fish? Do you not like fish? I guess you could say the same thing about cows. Why would people want to eat cows? They like the taste, I mean. Do you like chicken? Go sleep in your lean-to. I'm sure a lot of it has to do with what you grew up with. And some people are health conscious, and chicken's not so bad, but fish is a lot healthier than eating beef, so I can understand that. Plus, a lot of it is cost. Fish is way cheaper than beef. Sad wander. That's not good. I never even thought about that movie premiering in Japan, or releasing in Japan for that matter. Okay, the hut is ready. Now we need to get enough wood to build, there we go, to build a passive cooler. The only problem with doing it this way is I have to manually move her into the hut. She won't automatically sleep here without a sleeping spot. Just assign her an animal sleeping spot. This is yours. One thing I could do to make the early game easier is accept that mech signal and smash down the mechs, but I don't know, that feels a little cheesy to me. Some of the things I kind of just let slide because they're out of my control. But if something's completely within my control, it feels really weird to do it if it's contrary to the story. Now, don't get me wrong, at the end of the day, this is a challenge run. It's not necessarily a story run, but the story does make it more fun. -5 waking up while sleeping debuff. What? That's... I don't know that... What? I don't think that's a thing. There's an interrupted sleep debuff, but that only goes up to -3, and it's 1 per instance. Let's wake her up during sleeping and see. You might have a mod that's doing that, buddy. I don't know. I don't think that's vanilla. Hey, there's some dromedary. Those would be really, really nice to hunt. Oh. Guinea pigs again. Why do the guinea pigs hate me? Oh no, she was so close to being done to fish. Oh. Oh well. There is such a debuff when other pawns walk by. That's true. But interrupted sleep only stacks up to -3. Hey, Safari. I'm doing alright, man. How are you doing? How's the weather in South Africa today? She does get a confined interior debuff for being in here, though. That's not great. Not while she's asleep. Nope, she didn't get any penalty for me waking her up. So that's not something we have to worry about. Enjoy that raw fish. Yep. Raw anything in this game is chance of food poisoning. If only we could make sushi. We would need rice for that though, wouldn't we? Please go away, guinea pigs. I don't have time. Finally started raining there? You guys have drought problems? You know what? Yeah, make berry save again. I would absolutely love to see them do something like plant skill affecting your chance of getting food poisoning from berries. I think that would be so cool. If you have 20 plants, you should never be able to pick berries that give you food poisoning. I'm okay with raw meat always giving you a chance of food poisoning. But I find it very silly that somebody who's an expert at plants would pick poisonous berries. I don't get what you're suggesting, Safari. Is that some reference that I just don't get? So far, guinea pigs have been the most lethal enemy that I've faced in this run. They're so dangerous. Oh, sorry, didn't get it. Not much of a Billy Joel fan. Couldn't name a single Billy Joel song. Okay, they're leaving. Let's get to fishing. Probably should set up manual priorities, but yeah, let's do construction and fishing on high priority. She'll construct first and fish second. Fish before plant cutting. Wait, is that actually a Green Day song? is that actually a Green Day song? I don't know why that's so funny to me. Sorry, I'm not laughing at you, Safaritan. Not at all. I think it's a very amusing mistake. Hey, the dromedary have come in to eat. Perfect. Oh, actually, this might work. I don't think I'm gonna get. Honestly, I don't think I'm gonna get enough leather from this, but I'm gonna risk it. What's the worst that could possibly happen? Oh, hello. They are not gonna like this, but we're taking her clothing. It's only gonna be a -40. Guys, some ads are going to start playing on Twitch in about 2 minutes. Just heads up. If you're subscribed to the channel, you don't have to watch any ads at all while you're subbed. Let's at least tend her. Maybe she can leave. You know what? I am going to take the parka just for the extra sharp protection. I know this is absolutely insane on a hot map. Not literally, because it doesn't actually affect my... You know what? Earlier I said that parkas protect against heat, but no, they actually made your heat protection worse, didn't they? I realize now this bow is not the best option. Oh my god, she just two-shot that dromedary. Well done, lady. Wow, you're really doing a good job. And you're broken. Okay, well. I was just praising you. And then you do this to me. Actually, let's time the ad break, and I'll take a little break. Some ads are gonna play in a minute. Let me take a quick AFK, get some more tea. Really appreciate you guys hanging out today. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thanks for the resubs. The gifted memberships, thank you. The new members on YouTube, thank you. All of you folks who support the channel today like that will get a character named after you as a thank you for supporting. For anyone that wants to be named that doesn't want to spend money, I totally understand. We will... Any animals we get, or robots we get, we can name after anyone that asks. All you have to do is ask nicely. We don't have any animals or robots to name right now, but, you know, when that time comes. Okay, I'm going to run some ads on YouTube. Some ads are going to run on Twitch, and I'll be back in just a few minutes with some tea. Okay, I'm back. Are the guys done playing? All right. Well, Ramos is a little upset, but at least we got some clothing for her. Let's see if we get enough leather to make tribal wear. I think the temperature protection will be a little bit better. Hey, C3PO, what's up, man? How are you doing today? C3PO, have you ever thought about joining a hiking club? Yeah, you're not sleeping well. I feel you, man. I'm sorry to hear that. A lot on your mind? You should do it. You like hiking. I looked into joining a running club around here, but it's like a 20-minute drive. And I think to myself, do I really want to drive 20 minutes to run? It would be nice to run with other people. Exactly that. It would be nice to have the option. Run to the running club? There's actually a there is a path. So the running club is downtown. And there is a path that starts about 15 minutes 10 minutes from my house. Actually, now that I think about it, it's probably more of like a 30-minute drive to get to the park. But there's a path that goes from about 10 minutes from my house all the way downtown. But it's a solid 20 mile run. By the time I get there, I'm gonna be pretty done. Like, I don't want to run anymore. That's part of being outdoors is getting away from people. Surely not all people are people you want to get away from, though, right? I can understand the mentality of wanting to get away from most people, but usually the people that like to get outdoors and go deep into the woods are people you don't necessarily want to be away from. Like, they're usually people who are enjoyable. At least in my mind. Maybe you disagree. Unless they're mountain bikers. In which case, yes. Could you make a duster instead? I will be happy to answer your question, but I think you already know the answer. If you don't, then I'll tell you. What attempt is this? We don't count attempts. A duster requires a tailoring bench, so. No, Cobalt, it's cool, man. The other bit that would make making a duster really hard is that you need 85 leather. Although that one I totally understand you not knowing off the top of your head. That one's not as easy to know. But you cannot craft any clothing at a crafting spot except tribal wear. That's the only thing you can craft here. Oh, and a veil, but... Oh, we're up to 312. Oh my god. Chad, I think we've done it. My god, we've done it. C3PO, maybe you need to get a little more activity during the week, like go for a walk in the evenings or something. I know you like going hiking on the weekends, but do you do anything during the week that help drain your energy? You're going to have to pick up running. I think there's no other option. I use my exercise bike and have weights. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Never mind. Doesn't help with sleeping. Yeah, 1 hour each day is pretty significant, so never mind. I would have hoped that would help with your sleeping. I've been having the exact same problem lately for other reasons. I wake up like 2 or 3 times a night lately. But mine's because my bed is terrible. And I've got a rat in the walls that's scratching. Or a mouse or something that's scratching. And if I learned anything from Supernatural, it's actually a ghost. But ghosts aren't real, and mice are, so probably a mouse. Probably just a mouse. It's like 2 a.m. the thing just scratching like crazy. Yeah, I've heard really good things about magnesium for sleep. I have heard about that. I have not tried it myself, but I've heard about that. Does that help with staying asleep? Or is that more for going to sleep? I think part of my problem is that lately I've been taking melatonin, and I should stop that. Yeah, don't trust random YouTube comment. Yeah. Yes, always talk to your physician first. 100%. Well, in most countries, melatonin is a prescription grade medicine. In the United States, it's over the counter, so you can really just take however much you want with no oversight. That's really the problem. But it's another one of those things where you just talk to your physician, and if they say it's cool, then go for it. Yeah, I imagine melatonin is not licensed, but regulated as a dietary supplement. And dietary supplements in the United States are absolutely... The whole system is jacked, for lack of a better term. It's not good. Basically, you can put whatever you want in it. And they'll only take you off the shelves if they... Like, you don't have to prove what's in it before you put your product on the shelves for sale. They can test your product after the fact. And if there's something in the product that this is dissimilar to what is labeled, then they can take it off the shelves, but I can't say for certain that melatonin is regulated as a dietary supplement, but I assume it is. At least in the United States. Alright, we got 50 wood. Let's build a passive cooler. Oh wait, we don't really need a passive cooler, do we? Honestly, I might build one just in case. I guess we could hold on to the wood. See what happens. Yes, so you got to be pretty careful about melatonin in the United States. Like I said, in most countries in the world, melatonin is regulated like a prescription drug. And you have to get a prescription for it. At least that's as far as I understand. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. About a lot of things. I decided to try out a CS run last night after watching your videos, and I got a cargo pod full of blood, which didn't kill anyone. Man, you gotta be really careful about cargo pods full of blood killing you. That's no joke. Yes, but the likelihood of getting a dosage incorrect if it's a prescription and through a pharmacy is significantly lower than if it's an over-the-counter, off-the-shelf kind of medicine, whatever you want to call it. Again, I'm basing that off how things work in the United States. It maybe is different in your country. How much wood would we need? How much wood would we need? That would be enough. We would need... $30 for the walls. 4 bridges would be 48. We would need a lot. Hey, Antique Raven, how are you today? Oh, you're fantastic. Why did I ask? I'm glad you're fantastic. Hey, if you guys haven't done so yet, make sure you subscribe on YouTube and follow the Twitch channel. It's free to subscribe on YouTube, and it is free to follow on Twitch. Which is a little confusing because subscribing on Twitch is not free. But following on Twitch is free. Subscribing on YouTube is free. Becoming a member on YouTube is not free. And subscribing on Twitch is not free, but... Awesome. Sensory Mechanites. We had this happen before. Lovely. At least we have 3 cactus growing. I think I'll wait until they're at 30%. That should give me 10 wood per cactus. Oops, was I muted? Have any of you guys played Town to City? Has anyone checked that demo out? Or the game out, for that matter? I was looking at it yesterday and I installed the demo, but I haven't played it yet. Nah, you cannot deconstruct clothing in vanilla. Yeah, it looks really cool. It's like a bit of a casual game, so it might be something I play off stream, but still looks pretty neat. There's a demo out for it for anyone that's interested. Oh god, how bad is the starvation? Just trivial. Not a lot, just a little bit. A little bit of starvation. Oh my god, we got an ostrich to self-tame. Guys, I think I'm going to leave it. We should probably name it. What 3 things would you bring on an isolated island if you haven't discussed this yet? Is this like that scene from The Office? Desert Island movies? I would bring a VHS copy of Ghost. Ostriches do lay eggs, yeah. I think they have to be fertilized, though, and this one's a male, so... We're gonna have to just slaughter it. Butcher it. Yeah, I feel like saying a ham radio is kind of... against the spirit of the question. Angela. Oh, nice to meet you, Angela. I'm Roy. Oh my god, look at all these cactus. Let's wait till it starts wandering away. What 3 things would I bring with me? That's a good question. I guess it's a matter of, are you trying to stay on the isolated island or are you trying to leave the isolated island? We got a lot of wood. Oh, the botches are going to really hurt here. Alright, one done. Ooh, bulk goods trader. Interesting. Well, this changes something. Changes things. I feel like you guys are not taking Cheldraw's questions seriously enough. They're visiting a deserted island, not so deserted island, in the middle of a sandstorm. How much steel can I get? 50 steel. Let's sell the cloth pants. We should definitely buy a cowboy hat. That's a lot of temperature protection. Good answer, Antique Raven. Good answer. Good answer. I almost feel like instead of a fire starter, almost be better to have like a concave mirror. If that makes sense. Because then you could use it as a reflection, as a signal, and you could also use it to start fires. Although it would probably be fragile. You wouldn't want it to break, and then you'd be in some trouble. Plus, I would say instead of number 3, I'd say a friend. I'm going to bring 2 items and a friend. You never said I couldn't bring a friend. Does the friend get to consent on crashing with you? No, of course not. Who has ever consented to crashing on a deserted island? Also, I don't know if you guys have ever read the books Hatchet and the subsequent sequels of Hatchet. I'd bring a hatchet, obviously. Assault Unite, this time you're not late? I've been streaming for 3 hours, buddy. What are you talking about? No, I gotta bring a hatchet. I like the idea of a big metal pot, though. I feel like you cannot replicate the effectiveness of a big metal pot with stuff you can find on an island. Yeah, except Lord of the Flies is not based on a true story. Hatchet actually happened to the author. He crash landed in a plane in the middle of the Canadian wilderness and was attacked by a bear. His pilot died. He had to swim to the bottom of the water, and there was his corpse. It fucked up. It really traumatized that poor child. It's a true story. Lord of the Flies, that's all fabrication. Based on nothing. Based on a misunderstanding of human nature. Oh, this is not good. Chat, we might be in trouble here. It's possible Ramos snaps out of it at the last second. Otherwise, we're going to be restarting. This is awkward. What just happened? My colonist had a mental break, a sad wander, which is usually pretty easy to get past, and a raid happened in the middle of the sad wander, which is not easy to get past. Okay, he's decided to start a fire instead of stabbing my colonists. He's bought us a little bit of time. Nope. Nope, now I'm dead. Oh, wait, she's fighting back! Oh my god. You're saying there's a oh, nope, she's given up. Alright, I'm dead. She was fighting back for a second. It was going so well until it was not. Alright, new rune. Hey, somebody just signed up on Patreon, whoever that was. If you're here and you can hear me, let me know what your Twitch name is or YouTube name, whichever the case may be. And I will add you to the naming list if you want to be named. And then it happened again, allowing him to write a sequel. I can't believe it, but it happened to this guy 4 times. I don't know how many Hatchet books there are. Guess I was real late, but still I'm here. Well, hey, thanks for being here. He got stranded in the wilderness 4 times? No. No, we're just making things up. Hatchet is it's a young adult wilderness survival novel written by Gary Paulson. But then he wrote a sequel called... It is 5 books total. The first one's called Hatchet. Then the next one's called The River, then Brian's Winter, then Brian's Return, and then Brian's Hunt. And the joke is the first book happened... It's based on a true story. It happened to the author. And then so did the other 4 books. So the poor guy just kept getting trapped in the wilderness over and over again. Very sad. Miranda, I don't know that I want to know what you're going to do with the Crisco lard when you're all alone on a deserted island. I don't know. I don't think I want to know. The can is metal, though, right? I guess that's not a bad idea. You could boil water in it. I'm 99% sure that Gary Paulson never crash landed in the Canadian wilderness and had to fend off a bear with a hatchet. I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's based on a true story. Poor Brian, though. No, I know, Damien. I know. Google tells me it's not based on a true story. I was under the impression that you could tell from the tone of my voice that I was joking, but no, he didn't get trapped in the Canadian wilderness 5 times. Sorry, I should have been more clear that I was being silly about it. My bad on that one. I was trying to make the situation more lighthearted since my character just got murdered. I've only ever read the first book, but there's 5 books in the series. We had to read it when we were in school. It's a pretty good book. They wanted to make sure we knew what to do if we ever crashed in the Canadian wilderness and had to survive with a broken leg or whatever happened to him. I think he breaks a bone at one point in the story. All he had was a hatchet. C-3PO, would you believe that that is actually an integral part of the story? Is that a massive storm comes through? It's actually a tornado. A big tornado comes in, sweeps through. That's part of the story. No. Oh, okay, Damien. Fair enough, buddy. Sometimes I do play my jokes as a little more deadpan than I should. I never knew a can of lard was so useful. Back to the multi-tool thing, I feel like a lot of times those multi-tools are kind of shitty at all of the jobs they try to do. They're not particularly good at any of them. They're pretty useful in Project Zomboid, though. You don't really need a screwdriver on a deserted island. You don't really need a can opener. You're not going to have any cans. The knife would be good. But at that point, I feel like you're better off just getting a really nice knife. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Okay, this time around, we're not going to die in the middle of a sad wander to a raider. Of all the things that could happen, we're not going to let that happen. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Do you want to fight like a fire starter that is like a flint and steel, or would you rather have something like a mirror that you could use to start a fire repeatedly? I don't know. You can start a fire with a pair of glasses, can't you? I've never tried that before, but isn't that a thing? I'm from Michigan, Scott. Wait, how do you say integral? Am I saying it wrong? Huh. I don't know that I've ever heard it said a different way. When you tell people where you are, do you point to your palm? I know that's like a classic Michigan story, but no, I don't. No, I just tell them I'm from the Grand Rapids area. No, I'm from Southwest Michigan. I live near the city. I will tell you no more. Unless you're from Michigan, then we can hang out. Shelled out, is that one of those things that has like 105 different tools in it that are just absolutely massive? Yeah. Integral. Okay, yeah, I can see that. I don't know, I say integral. But I also say milk, so do you really want to listen to me for pronunciations? Your island is much like that SpongeBob background island? Well, I designed this island using dev mode to try to be a classic island, or classic deserted island. The classic deserted island is just a small bump of sand with a palm tree in the middle. Like that's classic deserted island. If anyone ever draws a deserted island in a cartoon, that's what it looks like. A bump of sand, palm tree in the middle. So that's what I went with. Most deserted islands are going to be a little bit bigger than that, but what does the world map look like? Oh, it's just standard. I just randomed a standard world. It's nothing crazy. I took the desert coastal island tile, and I used dev mode to create this. I can't think of a Farside island, Farside comic island off the top of my head, but that's probably what they look like, right? Yeah, that's exactly what they look like, yeah. Bump of sand, palm tree in the middle. You have a sister in Kalamazoo? Oh, cool. Yeah, I went to university in Kalamazoo. I don't live there, but it's pretty close to Grand Rapids, like 35, 40 minutes, something like that. We cannot trade them anything. They don't want fish. I guess they have plenty of fish. They fish for themselves. Yeah, I googled Farside Deserted Island, and these are exactly what I was imagining. Classic desert island. When they talk about deserted islands in books, usually they're a bit bigger, but that's not what I was going for. By the way, if you guys are interested in trying this run out for yourself, you can either repeat the steps that I did to create the island, which is take Naked Brutality, edit the scenario, add fishing research, but otherwise keep it the same. Start Naked Brutality, pick a desert coastal island, turn on dev mode, go up here, destroy everything on the map except your colonist. Make sure you don't destroy your colonist. And then change the terrain using the terrain selection to shallow water everywhere, except where there's deep water already. Leave the deep water up. I did add a few more entrances with shallow water so that raiders had more directions to approach. And then select the terrain again with sand and create your island, whatever shape you want. Alternatively, if you want to be lazy, you can join Discord. There's a link to Discord right there. Here, I'll link it in YouTube chat too. There's a link to the Discord and YouTube chat. Join Discord, and the save file is pinned in chat, in the general chat. And then all you have to do is go to Options, open your save data folder, and copy that file into your save data folder. And that will give you a file called Castaway, or save file called Castaway. And you open that up, and you'll get the same save file that I start with Maria Ramos. If you want a different character, you can either start from scratch and roll your character, or you can use dev mode to spawn a new character in. Make it all deep water so all raids are drop pods. No, thank you. You live in Arkansas. That's cool. Never been to Arkansas before. I don't actually say it that way, just for the record. I say it like everybody else. Transport pod crash. A refugee of the Empire. She has a t-shirt, but it's only 47%, so I'm not going to risk pissing off the Empire just for that. This damn iguana. Can you show the skills of your pawn? She's a masochist fast learner. She starts with 5 shooting and 6 melee, both with burning passion. She starts with 4 cooking, burning passion. 5 animals, normal passion. 4 medical. Not the highest skills, but she's a very young character to start with. So a lot of room to grow. And she has what we need to survive, so... Oh, she also has a knee spike. That was just random. I just completely random this character when I made the map. Like I said, if you want to try this out yourself, join Discord. But it's also pretty easy to just make your own version of it. If anybody does end up trying it themselves, make sure you... I want to see screenshots. If you want to post screenshots on Discord, that would be great. Let me know how far you get. Or just share the story in chat. That's cool too. Let me know how far you get. Hopefully make it a little further than I have so far. It's not easy, that's for sure. The heat is a serious problem. We lost our fish. Goodbye, bluefish. Kind of surprised that we only have one type of fish on this map. Wonder why that is. Hey, Echo. Cool. Have fun. I mean, opening them. Have fun opening them. If you pull a card worth $1,000, you'll sub to the channel, right? As a celebration. Awesome. Awesome. All right. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you. $1,000. I don't know what card you need to get. I'm not familiar with that particular set of trading cards, but... Do games ever do that, though? Release their soundtrack on a physical copy or physical media? $1,700 card that's pretty serious. Could you equip a wooden log as a weapon? You can, but a wooden log is actually pretty bad. And it's worse than the knee spike she has. And weirdly enough, you do not want to equip a weapon, a melee weapon, with a melee implant. That's not a good way to increase your DPS. The actual mechanics of why that is a little bit confusing, but I do have a video on YouTube explaining melee mechanics if you're interested. 80 to 90% of popular games these days have their soundtrack on a CD or cassette or vinyl? Wait, really? Do you have an example I can look at? I never heard of that before. Maybe I just don't pay attention to it. Why would you want a soundtrack of RimWorld when you can buy a plushie and a $70 sweatshirt? Sorry, a $60 sweatshirt. Yeah, Cobalt. Hey, well, I appreciate you spending time thinking about it because any bit helps. But truth be told, it is definitely a trial and error sort of thing. You can at least buy the RimWorld soundtrack digitally, can't you? Isn't that a thing? Oh, maybe not. No, yeah. The soundtrack is $8. Oh my god, it's $8? Why is it $8? Oh, really? Wow, Cataclysm had a CD for the soundtrack, and Baldur's Gate 3 did? Oh, okay, cool. That makes sense for a collector's edition. Am I a bad person if I suggest this, but the RimWorld music is on YouTube? Does that maybe me a bad person for suggesting that? Should I suggest people buy it? What's the proper play there? Yeah, I got you. Buying a soundtrack would be more of a show of love for the game. Fair enough. Kind of like getting your name added to the game. It's good to support the devs or something you like. Yeah, but there's like $150 worth of DLC that you can spend your money on. That's not true. Maybe most DLC across all games, yes, but RimWorld. Every DLC was worth the money. Like, even Anomaly is worth the money. I've bought a lot of Paradox DLC, and there are many of them that I would say is not worth the money. But there's no RimWorld DLC that's not worth the money. They're all worth it. Guys, should we risk it? Oh my god, there's so much stuff. Should we risk it? No, that's foolish. That's so foolish. We shouldn't. Depends on the Paradox game. Yeah, that's true. Oh, look, there's an armadillo. Armadillo leather is actually quite good. I'm pretty sure armadillo leather is the same stats as heavy fur, I think. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. 37.2% sharp. Yeah, heavy fur has better cold protection. Armadillo leather has better heat protection. But physically, stat-wise, defense-wise, they're the same. Diet Salt, what is that video you linked on Discord? I always feel like I shouldn't open the links that you post on Discord during the stream. The Green Day song. Oh, okay. No, I definitely don't want to open that. Get a DMCA claim. Yeah, that's true. They don't get very much leather, do they? 20 a piece. Even worse here since I don't have a butcher table. If you win, you have a gun. If I win, I will have pissed off that faction so much that they'll become my enemy. And I don't know that I really want that. Who is this now? We're Green Day! Sorry. I don't do accents very well. If you're looking to hire somebody for voice over work, let me know. I don't do any accents at all. Not even my own. That's a lot of animals on my island. Can you guys just leave, please? Voice underwork? No, that sounds inappropriate. I won't do anything inappropriate for money. I won't do anything inappropriate for a small amount of money. I'm gonna need a lot of money. I'm gonna need a lot of money to do voice underwork. $20 at least. You give me $20 and I'll do voice underwork. I'm assuming this is helping, but I don't know for sure. Just try to get her to go swimming more. Uh-oh. We might be in trouble here. Hide behind my palm tree. Please don't get food poisoning. I might have to restart. We'll see. Charge! Okay, she's really bad at shooting and melee. Let's hope for the best. So far, so good. Okay, okay, we should be okay. Okay, first hit is solid to the torso. Please don't destroy my arm. 2 stabs with the knee spike early on. That's good. Ramos is taking a lot of damage though. She just threw water in her eyes. Oh my god, it's so hard to beat these raiders in melee just because of the fact that she doesn't have any clothing on. God damn it. Alright, well. Try again. Well, the raider had armor. That's why. It's not good armor, but it's armor. I almost need to get a trap up for the first raider. You know what, C-3PO? You know what? You're really hurting my feelings. What did I deserve to receive this sort of ridicule from you? Yeah. Yeah. It's not easy. It's not an easy run to start. I will say, C-3PO, I agree. Sea Ice early on doesn't really have a good story to it, but at least Castaway has a bit of a underlying story to it. Like, there's something about somebody trying to survive on a deserted island or desert island that is a little more amusing than somebody surviving in the middle of a frozen ocean. It's fine, guys. This is going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. Honestly, maybe a bow early on is the way to go. It's only 30 wood. The problem is I also need to worry about heat stroke. And I need to worry about manhunter packs. So there's 3 things that are quite dangerous in the early game. Yeah, when I was thinking about doing this run, when we were kind of brainstorming the idea, I knew that the first raid or 2 were going to be the big hurdle. It was going to be really hard to get past the first raid. I didn't expect how difficult the heats would be, or the manhunter packs, but I knew the first raid was going to be quite tricky. That's why I wanted somebody with good melee. And the knee spike was just a huge bonus. But to be honest with you, I did not think even for a second how big of an impact clothing would be. Because that's what seems like, it seems like that's what's really killing me. Because she has 0 chance of mitigating any attack, so she takes every single hit. But the raiders have a pretty good chance of mitigating her attacks. So I really need to get clothing early on. Once I get clothing, I'll be in a little bit better shape. But the problem is, it's not so easy to just get clothing. I could potentially focus on getting a bow first. But if I go for a bow first and I get a manhunting pack, then I'm dead. Does melee train when you beat up walls? No. No, I don't think it does. Well, Chaucer, I mean, you know, it's what happens when you spend weeks out in the ocean. You know how it is. Your clothing gets torn up. Storm sweeps through. A wave rips it off. You know how it is. I think we've all been there before. Somebody suggested I add clothing to start the run, but I think that's cheating. I don't like that idea. I think we have a nice set of rules for the run as it is. So 30 isn't quite enough to get 10. Oh, I got 8. Ooh. Give her some shoes at least. Well, who says she doesn't have shoes on right now? She might have shoes on. Just like, she might have sleeves. I don't know. Maybe she's got some sleeves left from her ripped up shirt. She might have socks on. I don't know. Really hard to say. Yeah, if you get stranded out in the ocean and you're swimming, isn't one of the first things you should do is to take off your jeans? Am I making that up? I don't think I'm making that up. Isn't it recommended? Take off your jeans? I'm sure if you find a small sandy island, you'll wish you had your jeans with you, but... You can also trap air in your clothing. Like if you take off your shirt, you could trap air in it and then use it as a bit of a flotation device. Now this is only if you're swimming. If you're on a raft, that I don't think they recommend you take your clothes off. Give her a 1% wedding dress as an outfit. Make a tragic backstory. If I wish we could do that. That's also an awesome idea. No, don't take your clothing off if you're not. I'm saying only if you're swimming. Like if you get like you're in the middle of the ocean and you fall off a boat and you're stuck in the water and you're waiting for rescue while treading water, like while swimming. If you have a flotation device, if you have... I'm not saying you do this if you have anything that will help you float. This is just to help you tread water for longer. And we're just suggesting that, who knows, maybe that's what happened with Maria, with Ramos. Maybe she was swimming for hours. And at that point, it seemed like a good idea to take her clothes off. Yeah, Geyser, but at that point, it's not about warmth. It's about buoyancy and weighing you down. You don't want something weighing you down when you're trying to tread water. No! My fish! Honestly, I kind of want to go bow first, just in case we can get an animal. I haven't been giving her... God, words are hard. I haven't been getting very lucky with rare catches. Oh, they are rare? Well, you got me there, pal. God, these rare catches are really uncommon. If you don't have cooling in the immediate future, does building a shelter make any difference other than a mood boost? In fact, it actually makes my mood worse, weirdly enough. There are a lot of penalties for being in a small shack like that. But the one thing that it is really, really, really important for is manhunting packs. If a manhunting pack happens when I don't have shelter, I'm basically dead. There's basically we're no surviving against 2 animals at this point in melee. Even if I manage to kill the animals, I will have taken so many wounds that I won't be able to tend them in time. She doesn't have high enough animal handling yet. It'd be cool if we could. I'd like to tame a stone crab. That'd be awesome. They're actually pretty good in melee combat. They got good armor. If the crab stays around long enough, we'll be able to get our animal handling high enough from fishing, and we could, but... I don't know. If I roll a new character, I gotta make the map over again. Yeah, I thought about that. We were thinking about building a fence. That's also an option. We were thinking about that yesterday. That is an option. It would only take what, like 4 wood to do that? So not a bad idea. You guys buy fish? They don't buy fish. But yeah, so far I do seem to be getting livestock manhunting packs most of the time. Like, it's been guinea pigs a lot. Guinea pigs are livestock, right? Honestly, I wonder if fence and bow would be my best usage of wood to start with. You could get a 20 animal handling pawn, yeah. Where are thrumbos? Oh my god! Strapping's having a heart attack. I got a pump shotgun. Strapping, don't you die on me yet. Alright, so we don't need a bow anymore. Can you practice tending? Yeah, but I don't really want him to get up. That's the thing. I want them to leave the map, and then I'm going to strip him. You can eat in this game without a stomach. Dismiss them? Oh yeah, what am I thinking? Good call. Oh, I should have attacked the thrumbo. Oh. I should have attacked the thrumbo. Oh well. Too late now. Well, people in real life can live without a stomach. It happens. Thermal's gonna eat my tree. Alright, now we're in much better shape. Let's Thermals don't respect fences, do they? I can't fence this off, can I? Please respect the authority of my fence. Nope. No, they don't give a shit about the fence, so well. It was worth a try. There's only 2 wood extra. Rumbles, why are you this way? Why are you the way that you choose to be? My temperature range now is 305. So, a little bit better, but not a ton. Honestly, I think the reason that this is way better is just because of the armor for that first raider. That's the big one. Surviving that first raid is rough. Stormbos, please don't eat my palm tree. You can stay as long as you want, as long as you don't eat my palm tree. Because we're not cannibals. This isn't a this is a no cannibalism channel. It took you how many runs before you got a heart attack? Oh, I've had traders collapse on these runs before, so. Do they eat the human meat? I don't think they do. I mean, they eat corpses, though, don't they? No, they don't eat corpses, so... Oh, good botch. Nice botch job. Transport pod crash Buffy. Oh, wait! This is rough-hewn marble. I thought that was from the the ship parts. I think I just forgot to change this into water. I'm gonna have to fix that for the next run. Yeah, honestly I think maybe this is the Thrumbos Island now. They own this place. I'm just a visitor. Here, I'll fix it. There we go. Fixed. I'm gonna be really upset if they eat my tree. And by really upset, I mean just mildly annoyed. I would cut it down, but it's really not worth cutting. You don't get very much wood from it. Don't you fucking do it! Oh, you suck. I hope you're happy with yourself, you monster. Oh well. I knew Thrumbos didn't respect fences, but I had to try. Kill it? Wish I could. I should have aggroed it when the traders were here, but I didn't think of it before they left, so... They were already leaving by the time I thought of it. They're vegetarians. They won't eat anything with a face. Not even worms. You could kill the crab now? I could. But I don't think it really does me any good to kill the crab. I want to keep it around in case I can tame it later. Let's haul this body further away so I don't have to look at it. Oh, okay. Never mind. $10 leather doesn't really do me any good, does it? They're gonna eat this island completely clean and then just leave. Hope you're happy with yourselves, Thrumbos. We could have been friends. Yeah, the problem is waiting around for another iguana. Imagine having a Thrumbo in your house. Hey, self-tame would actually be pretty awesome at this point. It could happen. Rare catch? Nope. Sometimes if you call it before it happens, it has absolutely zero effect on whether or not it happens. I don't think we really need the passive cooler. I feel like these extra 6 Kelvin. Because it's not degrees. You don't say degrees when you're talking about Kelvin, but I'll say degrees. You guys know what I'm talking about. The extra 6 degrees. I feel like that's going to be enough to survive the heat stroke. Although I guess the problem still stands when we get a heat wave. That's a bit of an issue. No, I think if you wall them in now, they'll just break the walls and escape. You used to be able to do that, but I don't think you could do that anymore. The stone crab is all that's left. Our island looks so bare without the palm tree. Doesn't even look like a deserted island or a desert island anymore. I keep saying deserted, but it's not deserted. It's just a desert island now. It was a deserted desert island, and now it's just a desert island. It has inhabitants now. Hey, at least another cactus popped up. That was going a little slow. Awesome. Awesome. It's guinea pigs again. Well, that's not good. I could potentially survive it now that I have a shotgun, but it's gonna be tricky. I want to cut down the cactus and... Hey, at least on the bright side, if the guinea pigs kill me, I'll be able to restart my island and have the tree there again. She's a halfway decent shot. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Shotgun might do the... Okay, there we go. The shotgun actually helped. Nice work. We need that crab to defend us against the guinea pigs. Terrible amount of leather. The crab's a pacifist. That's why. Oh my god, the stone crab self-tamed! Never mind, the crab's no longer a pacifist. Oh, you can't actually train a stone crab to fight. That's interesting. We could zone it though. It is possible. We could lock it to the right square to get it to fight. It doesn't work as well as it used to, but it's still possible. Is this the furthest we've gotten so far? No, not at all. I think like 30 days is the longest I've survived. This is day 9. You cannot plant any trees in the sand. Assault Unite. No, you can't plant anything in sand. Can't start a grow zone. I could use dev mode to place a palm tree, but that is cheating. I'm not gonna do that. No, unfortunately the other guinea pig is rotten from Scaria. Unfortunately. Combat supplier. You guys want to buy a crab? Shoot, I really need recreation. I guess she's not interested in swimming right now. I might try to aggro this ostrich while they're down here. Whoops! I didn't mean to hit the muffalo, sorry. Sorry. Oh my god, I shot it in the neck! Oh my god! Oh my god. We might have hit the jackpot. It might. Yeah. It might bleed out in time. That's a lot of blood. Death in 6 hours. It's got severe blood loss. I think it's going to go down. There's a lot of loot on it. Oh my god, we did it. We did it. Get that recon helmet on. Got a shield pack. Alright. Unfortunately, the rest of this is kind of junk for me. Oh yeah, you're right. The wild person getting shot right in the brain. Oh, that was awful. Sell it back to them. I thought about it, but they ran as soon as the muffalo dropped, so. Yeah, none the wiser. You should be able to though, shouldn't you? I don't think I'm gonna get enough leather from the muffalo. Oh, I honestly can't even slaughter it yet. Man, it sucks. I can't do anything with the rest of the stuff. The EMP launcher could be really useful later on, though. No, we can't save the muffalo. It's another faction, so if we did save it, they would just walk off. Yeah, only 30 leather. Well, grass grows on the island. It could live off the grass. It's just I can't tame it. They're not going to get a beauty penalty for being outside, and that would be the only thing the blood affects. Maybe enough for a flap door. Oh, that's good thinking. That is good thinking. The character doesn't look like a desert island survivor anymore, do they? Well, we got the shotgun. This is a weird series of events that honestly you kind of have to see to believe, but we got the shotgun from a guy who had a heart attack. We took his clothing and his shotgun. And then I used the shotgun to aggro an ostrich, but I accidentally shot a muffalo, the trader's muffalo, in the neck. And the muffalo bled out. They weren't very happy about it, but not enough to become my enemy. Now I got all this stuff. I gotta do something with it. Well, I didn't shoot the muffalo in the neck on purpose. I wish I did. Oh, there goes the days. Okay. Oh, no, actually, they do have hideous environment. Never mind. I was wrong. I was wrong. You going for surgery tomorrow? I hope everything goes well. If it makes you feel any better, there's absolutely no better time in the history of humankind to get a surgery, so. I'm sure that doesn't help with your anxiety, though. Hey, nobody likes an I told you so. No one. I admitted I was wrong. That's the end of it. Yeah, you can carry with a caravan, but you'd have to continuously force them to not leave the map. I don't think it would be worth it, especially since there's nothing that I really care about deteriorating. What's all this blood? That was raining blood. Came from the sky. It's like that song from the Weather Girls, but much more brutal. Hey, the visitors might buy my loot. You guys want to buy some loot? I got it off a... It fell off the back of a truck. All of this stuff fell off the back of a muffalo. And it could be yours for the low, low price of... some stuff. Ramos, come on, go trade with them. Don't mind the skeleton. Yeah, Kitchen Ninja. Yeah, you missed a series of fortunate events. Don't ask about the blood, don't ask about the skeletons, don't ask about the piles of meat. If you can agree to those rules, you can stay on Blood Island. Or Emu Island, depending on what you want to call it. Some call it Thrumbo Island. We don't have an official name yet. No, they're leaving! Oh well. Oh, and now you're done. Oh my god. Sometimes, Ramos. Sometimes. Sometimes, man. Can we call it Fire Island? Hey, an iguana has self-tamed. Do you want to be my friend? I have 2 friends now. Can we train the iguana? Requires 5. Oh, we can. Okay, cool. Alright, guys, we're gonna have a friend. We need a name for the iguana. What will we name the iguana? Stone crab, you're out. We got a new friend. We're gonna feed the stone crab to the iguana. Do we have fishing? Yeah. Yeah, this is a naked brutality scenario, but I've edited that to include fishing. I'm gonna name it Godzilla. Where's your fish? Eaten. We ate it. We ate all the fish and we drank all the beer. The iguana came from the water, so that's why he's Godzilla. Oh, we got a rare catch. A psychic animal pulsar. That's interesting. Let's store that inside for now. That actually could be useful. Oh, it's 12? I thought it was 14 for a bridge. Okay, well, that one botched anyway. That's a botched toe. A botched bridge, I guess, in this case. What's the bridge for? Building. I don't want to build on the sand because that's going to block the growth spots for cactus. So we want to build on the water. It's going to take more wood, but I think it'll be worth it. Oh yeah, I do want horseshoes. Yep. Good reminder. Thank you. Absolutely. That is very important at a time like this. Our recreation was in rough shape, so I'm glad you mentioned it. You guys ever play horseshoes in real life? It's pretty fun. Not a very complicated game. Plants do not grow per tile, but by... I'm not sure what your point is there. What are you suggesting? The more squares I have of sand, the more cactus can be growing at once. Admittedly, I cut them pretty early, but even still. Even still. Don't eat my fish. It's mine. And the iguanas. That's the iguanas too. The iguana keeps me sane. Even though I named it Godzilla. Yeah, if you're familiar with It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, you'll get a lot of my references, but you also need to watch Community to get the rest of them. Those are only the two things I usually reference because I don't know if you know this, but it turns out reference humor kind of alienating. I try to keep it to a minimum. Where these crazy weapons and armor come from? Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. You love Community? It's a great show, isn't it? I'm pretty sure trees will not grow if they're adjacent to each other. But that still doesn't refute the underlying point though, that the more sand squares there are, the more cactus we can have growing. So again, I don't understand what the disagreement is about. It's still always better for me to build on the water than it is on the sand. Because 2 cactus growing at once is better than 1, and 3 is better than 2, so on and so forth. But to answer your question about where the stuff came from, so what happened was a trader came through and one of their caravanees had a heart attack and collapsed. I stripped him and I took his shirt, his jacket, his pants, and his shotgun. And then another trader came through and I shot an ostrich, but accidentally hit a muffalo in the neck. And the muffalo dropped all of this stuff, including a shield pack, a helmet. And a bunch of other stuff that I don't need. The EMP launcher would be fantastic, but I don't think we're going to be able to save that. Usually by the time you need EMPs, you can make grenades anyway, so... You know, actually, ideally, I'd like to save all of the steel so that when we get a smelter, we can smelt it down, but I don't know that that's going to happen. I don't think we're going to have enough space. I'm streaming on Twitch and on YouTube, so if you hear me talk to somebody who, you know, if you hear me respond to a comment that isn't in YouTube chat, then it's me talking to somebody on Twitch. And vice versa. A war merchant will buy this stuff. That's perfect. I'll even take silver. We can build out of silver. Is it only bulk goods traders that buy fish? Fish sell for quite a bit, but they kill his muffalos? No. Never. Might just take the silver. That animal pulsar probably would end up being useful later on, but it's fine. The old CI strategies. Wouldn't some medicine be useful? Yeah. Yeah, it would. I probably should have got some. We still could, but I was very focused on getting these bridges set up. Concerned that if I get the plague, I'm dead anyway. So that the only thing that would really help me. Ooh, nice botch. I think the only thing that the medicine would really help me with is trying to multi-tend wounds. Like if we get a bunch of wounds all at once. Oh, the botching. She's construction too. Oh, she's so bad at construction. I'll buy a little bit of herbal medicine just to make everybody feel better. That's a lot of botching. Like I was mentioning earlier in the stream, when you're determining raid points, only half of the colony wealth buildings on the map counts. So turning silver into a silver wall, weirdly effective. Very strangely effective. I'll buy a little bit more medicine. That leaves us with 300 silver. 5 herbal medicine's not bad. We could carry some of it. Let's leave it in there. Last time I carried medicine, I forgot I had it. Embarrassingly. Not my finest moment. Yeah, you should watch some of my sea ice runs. I didn't do it on the iceberg series because I didn't need to, but on a legit sea ice run, I build my starting structure completely out of silver. I guess we could ask them to leave. Oh, wait. Run! Oh man, they insta-killed it. Alright, well. I'll take the leather. That's another animal flap. We're making progress. You can't build silver walls on... Oh my god. A female... Oh, never mind. Okay. This island only has room for one iguana. It's Godzilla. So I only need 10 more wood for the walls, and I need 7 more wood for the bridge. No more iguanas on the map. We can build a table out of silver. I can always deconstruct it if I need to trade. Well, you can build heavy bridges later. Then we could build silver walls on our bridges. I'm not going to, for the record, but you could. A nail pillow would be really nice, but we don't have enough. We need 25. Could kill Godzilla and take his or her skin. That's really a dark way of phrasing that. I regret it. I regret saying it that way. This will let us finish the bridge. We've got 1 wood left. Well, if we botch, then we've got no wood left. But all right, our first hut expansion, ready to go. This is almost a new record run. We're on day 17. Going to your game? What kind of game? Good luck, whatever the case may be. Oh, Godzilla got the flu. That's alright. Animals are really good at getting over the flu. No, don't use medicine on Godzilla. What the hell? It'd be a lot of medicine. What's the seed for this world? So the seed's not going to really help you. I started on a coastal desert tile, but I had to completely edit the map using dev mode to create this map. So if you're looking to play this map, you're either going to have to repeat the steps I repeated, or sorry, repeat the steps I did to get to this map, or alternatively, if you don't mind playing with this character, you can copy my game file. I have a backed up game file that is on day 1. I posted in Discord. If you want to join Discord and copy the game file, you're more than welcome to. Here, I'm going to post the Discord link in both chats. Feel free to join Discord if you want to just join. That's cool too. But if you want to copy the save file, it is pinned in the general chat on Discord. Like I said, that will give you this exact map and this exact character to start with. She started naked brutality, so no gear, no clothing, no resources. The only adjustment I made to the scenario was to give myself fishing tech. What's up, Aranor? How you doing, man? It's a nice emote. We need some new emotes, don't we? YouTube lets you upload emotes for members, doesn't it? I should probably do that. We got a sad wander. That sucks. How did we get a sad wander? She's at 38% mood. She must have been just below the 35. I'm doing pretty well.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Is it D3 Woljo? Either way, Day Woljo? Either way, thank you so much for the Prime. Been subscribed for 9 months. Thank you. I will add you to the naming list.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
How'd we get a sand wander? She's alone on an island with a lizard. Basically my life.
I love that you accidentally typoed sand wander. Well, I mean, all wanderers are sand wanders. Wolf, thank you so much for resubbing, man. I really, really appreciate that support. That's perfect timing, guys. Ads are going to play in 2 minutes on Twitch, and if you're subbed, you don't have to watch ads, so... You guys who are resubbing or new subbing, you don't have to watch ads. Enjoy that. We got a hype train starting up. 600 bits or 2 subs gets us done with this level. Anyone got a Prime sub that they're not using? Help us out. Let's unlock some emotes. Yeah, she had a sand wander, but... I thought shallow... Oh, maybe because it's shallow ocean water it won't work. You might be right, Vector. I thought any shallow water would work, but because it's shallow ocean water, you might be right. I didn't think about that until you mentioned it. I know deep water cannot be pumped. Shallow water can be pumped, but yeah, maybe because it's shallow ocean water, it cannot be. That would make sense. That's a good call. Which, you know, at the end of the day is okay because I didn't intend to anyway, but it is useful to be on the same page about that so I don't keep mentioning it. So in that respect, thank you. I miss Palm Tree. Man, me too. This place just isn't the same without Palm Tree. Alright, we did it. We did it! This is the furthest we've progressed on the Castaway challenge so far. I'm embarrassed to say that out loud because this is not very far into the run. But, man, this is how the way it goes. Sometimes that's the way she goes, and, well, that's the way she goes. Now we need a passive cooler. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are really tricky about this run because we don't start with a research table. And we don't start with a smelter. Or clothing, which also very tricky in and of itself. We only need 2 subs on Twitch. If anyone's got a Prime sub they're not using, 2 subs gets us to the next level. Pipe train. This is the most successful Castaway run so far, yeah. Why do you prefer the bridge to the sand? That's interesting. Anybody who subs on Twitch or becomes a member on YouTube?
5,000 candles in the wind for Palm Tree.
Anyone who subs on Twitch or becomes a member on YouTube, you'll get added to the naming list. Name a pawn after you.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Aints, thanks for the gifted sub. Hey, that got us to the next level. Awesome, thank you guys. Thanks for the 100 bits, Diet Salt. 5,000 candles in the wind for the palm tree. That poor palm tree. We should try to tame the lizard. And then we can have baby iguanas on the island.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Oh, and Miranda dropping 2 gifted subs. Thank you. Hey, that gets us halfway through the next level. Now we're only 2 subs away from completing this level. We're gonna tame... You son of a... You have armor on, so if you die to this iguana...
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Aranor, thank you so much, man. Aranor, you just got Valorant to gift 3 subs.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Awesome, man. Thank you so much, Aranor. he just made Valorant gift 3 subs. That was an 8 sub total gift. You gifted 5 and 8 got received. Thank you, man. Honestly, I didn't know Valorant was still a video game that people played. It's kind of news to me. All right, we can make a Neil pillow now. Do any of you guys play Valorant? I don't. Honestly, I'm not familiar with the game. Isn't it like a MOBA? Mood boost Aurora, but mood penalty eating raw meat. Alright, we can finally put a sleeping spot in here. I guess if you sub or gift a... No, it's if you gift a sub during a hype train, you get an extra emote. That's cool. Hey, Xrus, how are you today? Yeah, Chia Pet, and I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that think to themselves, do people still play RimWorld? And in fact, there's more people than ever that play RimWorld, but it wouldn't be unreasonable to think that if you don't play RimWorld. I'm pretty good. Hanging in there, barely surviving in this run, but we're surviving. Trying to get a passive cooler up. Although I'm not sure we really need it at this point. She's doing a pretty good job getting rid of her heat stroke with swimming. Yeah, you know what? We need the passive cooler. Too risky. Oh my god, the monitor lizard. No! Godzilla! Godzilla, no! My friend! You just murdered my friend! Oh, first the palm tree, then Godzilla? That's very sad. Well, we could build a fire, but I think I'd rather build the passive cooler right now. Ramos is all alone again. This poor girl. It's been a very traumatic 20 days. Death of Godzilla. Godzilla's been bitten to death. Oh my god. Never seen a Godzilla movie end that way. Doesn't Godzilla usually just go back in the water? How did you lose the palm tree? It got eaten by Thrumbos. I hope this minute amount of money eases the sadness. First of all, $20 is a huge amount of money. I don't know what you're talking about. $20 is huge, man. Thank you so much for the $20. You know what? I forgot about Godzilla already. God's who? I'm still sad about the palm tree, but I'm over Godzilla now. Thank you so much for the $20, buddy. I'm gonna add you to the naming list. What emotes did we get? I got the mood emote. Hey, that Shy Ghost emote is actually kind of cool. Not as good as the Judgmental Ghost. Man, we do need some animated emotes around here, don't we? Should I tell you about the conversion rate? I don't know. I don't know if I want to know. Is it really sad? It's not dollars, it's Norwegian kroner, I think. Still nice. You know what? You don't need to tell me. It's fine. I don't care. Any amount of money is a huge amount of money. Could be 50 cents. Doesn't matter. It does say NOK, but I guess I assumed in my mind that it was already converted when it popped up, but you know what? It's fine. I appreciate it nonetheless. You leave it a mystery. It's cool. It's the action of supporting that counts. That's what's important. I won't say any amount of money is minuscule, to be honest with you. I can buy a pound of lentils for $1, so...
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Heinz, you gifted another sub? Thank you so much. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. That's another few pounds of lentils. I ate a lot of lentils and chickpeas. Chickpeas are also like $1 a pound. Pretty good deal. Alright, we got a raid. This one shouldn't be too bad since I have a shotgun. Wish I had Godzilla still. He's not attacking right away, so I'm going to do this the easy way. Yeah, chickpeas have a huge amount of... what's the right way to phrase that? They have a lot of uses. There's a lot of ways to use chickpeas. I usually just add lentils to other things or make curry or something. Versatility, that's the word. There's a lot of versatility there. Oh, Johnny. Johnny, do you have good clothing? No. You have awful clothing. Let's 10 Johnny to get a little more medical XP. I've never made hummus before, but I've always meant to. Is this the point where you start thinking about research? Yeah, we could build a research table in the not too distant future. I think we want to expand the starter building a little bit more first, but... I think cooking is probably a little more important. So, passive cooler and then a fire. We're not calling in nomads. I could build a fire now, but here, let's get the passive cooler built, and that'll at least get rid of the mood penalty for sleeping in the heat. Really, that's what I need to do, is start whittling down on the mood penalties. 8 raw food's going to be the biggest one, then slept on the ground. Slept in the heat will go away. Awful bedrooms, that's going to take a while. Check out the superior Danish crone. Thanks for the 20 Danish krone. Is it krona or krone? I have no idea how much of that money that is, but I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. Oh, it's still kroner? They still call it the same thing? Okay. Interesting. This is a... Oh, wait. Blind fog. That's new with Odyssey, right? 9 days? Honestly, I think I gotta go for it. Gotta go for it. I was thinking maybe I'd replace my door with a plasteel door, but I don't know. Maybe it's better using that for walls. How else could I use that plasteel to be useful? Could make a stool, but that's not really that useful right now. Could make a shelf. Well, hey, any amount of money, it could be 10 cents, is something that will get you added to the naming list. So anyone that tips the channel, anyone that becomes a sub on Twitch or a member on YouTube, if you use a super chat, like that's what you guys were doing, right? Super chat. So I'm still not terribly familiar with YouTube streaming, but super chats get you added to the naming list. Any amount of support, greatly appreciated. And I will name a pawn after you in these Castaway runs. We're going to name every single pawn after the first one. It's nice that we got 4 days of cool temperature, though. So we'll work on getting a campfire going. We'll have to put it outside, but that's okay. I'm pretty sure we'll still have a lower chance of food poisoning than eating raw fish. So at least we got that going for us. My God, we're about to have cooked meals. The first luxury we've experienced since starting these Castaway runs. And they're going to eat it at a table. So, we're doing pretty well. I think the real question is, do super chats on YouTube count as tips in the United States? That's the question on all of our minds, I think. Okay, that's the question on none of your minds, but it's on my mind. Does that count as a tip legally? Probably not, right? I'd count it as a tip, but I don't know that the IRS does. It's 5 kilos of silver. What's the market value of that in 2025? What is silver like? $35 an ounce? Well, I'm still gonna pay my taxes, but yeah, she has a lot of recreation time on her schedule right now. Meditation spot would probably be okay, though. Well, she'll meditate even without the spot, but... well, I don't really have any room to put it. I guess we can put it here for now. $46 an ounce right now? Really? Oh, that's a lot higher than last time I looked. Isn't gold at like $4,000 an ounce? Greg dropping $20? Oh, thank you so much, man. I know what the conversion rate is for that. Thank you so much for the $20. All right, Greg, I'll add you as Greg. Imagine having an entire table made of silver. Gotta get on that Costco gold. I need to get a gift card for Costco and then go in and... I've never bought gold before, but I think it would be really funny to go in and buy Costco gold with a gift card. Can you put that much money on a Costco gift card? Probably not, right? For the record, I don't have that much money, but the idea is still really funny to me. The Castaway Challenge is something I created. I know there are probably other people who have done it before, but I've never seen them do it. I've never seen somebody else try it. So I didn't take the idea from anyone else, so I'm saying I created the idea. It's a new challenge where you start on a desert island with a naked pawn. A naked brutality pawn. Are you using the same world seed every run? So I have a save file backed up that is this run on day 1. And every time I die, I delete the save file and then copy the backup to the save file, the folder. If anybody wants to try this themselves, I uploaded the save file to Discord. Here, I'll link Discord. I need to connect the bot to the YouTube chat. I just realized that. Here's a link to Discord for YouTube if you guys want to join. I linked the Discord link in both Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Pinned in the main chat on Discord is the save file if you're interested. But that save file is always going to have the same character. That's this character, Maria Ramos. If you want to play it with a new character or your own character, you'll either have to start a new run and then create the map yourself, or you're going to have to use dev mode to add a new character in. Odyssey added fishing, yeah. We could try to get a sleeping, a bedroll, that is. Not a sleeping spot. Try to get a bedroll going. Shot that monitor lizard. It'll probably come up and try to eat my fish. Well, the only advantage that sea ice really has over this is the fact that you have a smelter. So you can take advantage of the raid stuff you get. Since we don't have a smelter here, it's going to be really tricky to get our smelter going. After that, the run will speed up quite a bit. Well, it'll speed up to the rate of sea ice progression. But the smelter does a lot of work on sea ice. I know there's people who have beaten sea ice on Naked Brutalities, and that is just as slow as this. I personally have never tried a Naked Brutality sea ice before. If you guys end up trying this challenge, let me know how it goes for you. You can use any world you want. Just make sure you start on a desert coastal island. And then edit your map to be, you know, it doesn't have to be this size, but an island about this size. That's true, Exodus. Yes, you're absolutely right. Once we get to the mid to late game, we can deep drill, and that is going to make things quite a bit easier. And you can't do that on CS anymore, like you said. But it's a matter of getting to that point. Even just researching the deep drill is going to be a trick. It's going to be tough. Yeah, heals for hugs. There's a couple strategies for surviving Naked Brutality on Sea Ice. One strategy is that you start with a melee character with Go Juice, and you keep re-rolling until you get a Muffalo to spawn, and then you melee the Muffalo. The other strategy is to keep rolling until a trading caravan arrives on day 1. Now, we're talking sea ice here. We're not talking ice sheet. We're not talking anything with geothermal. We're talking pure sea ice. It's hard to get started because you usually just die from the cold. Does this kind of run stressful or chill? I say it's pretty chill. It's pretty relaxing. There's a lot of downtime. There's quite a few restarts. But I kind of like the theme of it. I like the Castaway theme. That part's pretty fun. It's definitely challenging, that's for sure, but it's not stressful. Yep, that's really what it comes down to. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I might be in trouble here. It seemed like such a good idea to hunt the monitor lizard. Oh my god, she's getting absolutely Okay, well. And that is the end of this run. GG on that one. Sometimes you get murdered by a monitor lizard. That's the way it goes. Do you still get crash shuttles or meteorites? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, patience is key because stuff like that happens and then you have to restart. But you know, I feel like we made progress on that run. It's hard to be upset about making progress. Oops, I accidentally closed RimWorld completely. Sorry, guys. Why can't I delete that? Okay, that should work. Yeah, sorry, I closed the game. Not get a lucky as start as this one. That's okay. I thought I would do better in melee with the armor, but that didn't help. Not very much, at least. Yeah, we got the palm tree back. Look at that. The silver lining. I think when you're doing runs like this, you have to look on the bright side. We made progress. We learned a few things. We got the palm tree back. Ramos is in one piece. There's a lot of good things to look at. Sure, we're back to day 1, but that's okay. She's got a birthday coming up that we get to celebrate. Thanks for the 3 bits. I don't know if text-to-speech works with 3 bits. What's the minimum amount you have to tip to get text-to-speech to work? Make the house around the tree so they can't eat it this time. You know, I thought about doing that, but I want my house to be connected to the water so we can fish while in the house. You don't have the patience to start from scratch again? it's all about practice, though. I feel like patience is a skill that the more you practice it, the better you get at it. And I have a lot of patience with restarting in RimWorld. I've restarted so many runs. I've died and restarted so many times. They just all blur together. I don't know. In a normal run, I feel like it is a little harder to restart from scratch, but when you're doing a challenge run like this, I guess it's just part of it. It doesn't really bother me. But I do go into it expecting that I'm going to have to restart as I learn. Since I've never done a run like this before yesterday. I started yesterday on this. I've never done a run before. I've never done a run like this before yesterday, and I just know I'm not going to beat it. Not yet. Someday I'll beat it, but not yet. I've never tried not dying. No, I don't know what that's like. Can you get a smelting table as a rare catch? You know, somebody asked yesterday, can you get minified furniture as a rare catch? And I don't think you can. I think you can only get items, like legit items. I'm just happy we have the palm tree back. This was important to me. Yeah, what a cruel world that Ramos has to die so many times. Oh, Mr. Woodchuck. Well, if you want to go back and watch yesterday's, this will be here for you to watch later on today. Or, you know, next time you want to watch it. The fish is keeping her cool. Actually, no, it's not that hot out. Could you imagine, though, if we pulled a smelting table out of the ocean? That would be awesome. We wouldn't have any way to power it. That's the real tricky part, is building something to generate electricity. We have the technology to build a wood generator, but I almost think the wind turbine is going to be the best bet early on. Although, you know, we do have a fairly consistent amount of wood coming in. Yeah, I've seen cataphract armor before. I've never seen furniture. It's like a throne coming out of the ocean. Let's do 15 fish for now. I don't feel that bad that she's been dying, but I do kind of feel bad that she's had to eat raw fish pretty much the entire time. She had a little bit of cooked fish there for a bit. Yeah, that sequence of human meat and then a skeleton was by far the most amusing rare catches that I've had. I don't think I could have planned that any better myself. Honestly, when it happened, when I was playing, it cracked me up. Yeah, you know, it's not so much the tree is important, it's just the fact that the tree really makes it a desert island. It doesn't look like a desert island without the tree. You know what, the way I look at it, last run we had those absolutely crazy events happen where I got the shotgun, the muffler got shot in the neck. Now we have a whole new canvas to have crazy events happen. So who knows what's going to happen this time. Hopefully something as crazy, or at least as amusing. I keep switching between deserted and desert. It's a deserted desert island until Ramos arrives, and now it's just a desert island. Later on, once we get better food, it'll be a desert island, but not until then. I feel like it becoming a desert island is much more late game kind of thing. Like when you get chocolate, we'll get some chocolate trees going, and then it will become a desert island. Okay, hey, see, here we go. We're off to a good start. We already got some clothing. Stranded on a desert island. Unbelievable. Especially in this heat, everything would melt. Then you just have a melted island. Are there any rules for this run? Outside the starting conditions, the only real rules is that you can't just caravan off the map. Other than that, there's not really any hard rules. Hey, they left me 10 plasteel. Oh, awesome. I don't know where you got 10 plasteel and why you swimmed out here with it, but... swam out here with it? Swimmed is... no, that's not right. Swam? Swum? I don't know why you swum out here with it. I guess I could have built horseshoes out of that. Oh well. But yeah, the only other real rules for it are start naked brutality. I edited the scenario to add fishing. You got to start with a desert coastal island, and then edit the map down to have only a small sand island in the center. The island has to be sand, though. That's important. If you're trying to do the challenge yourself, you cannot start with a dirt island. That doesn't count. It has to be a sand island, and it has to have a palm tree in the middle. I guess you could say one of the rules is you cannot cut down the palm tree. You don't lose if you lose your palm tree. You can keep playing after the palm tree gets destroyed, but you cannot cut it down yourself. I can't think of any other rules, though. No, I did not know there was an internal 5-day cooldown on rare catches. I did not know that. That's cool. Well, cool might be a bit of an exaggeration, but you know, it's neat. A bit harder than CIs? Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, I meant more like it's cool to learn that. I like learning new things. Can you make bridges out of silver? No. The only way to make bridges is out of wood until you get heavy bridge tech, and then you can build these out of steel. Those are the only two options, wood or steel. Weirdly enough, I don't think that steel bridges are flammable. Steel walls are flammable, but I don't think steel bridges are flammable. Hey, there's the anima tree. We didn't see it the past couple runs, but there it popped up this time. Weird to not have stone bridges. Yes, it is. You're absolutely right. It's very weird to not have stone bridges. I wonder why they decided that. Oh, I can't hunt them though. Damn, I don't have any weapon and I don't want to melee them. That would be really, really nice to get some armadillo leather though. God, I wish I had a bow. Nah, she does not have natural meditation type. We were talking earlier about the potential of starting this as a tribal. And, you know, honestly, I think there are a few, besides just the anima tree, there's a few benefits to starting this as tribal, but I almost feel like that takes away from some of the challenge. But yeah, they would be very strong to do a tribal start for this. You know, I guess the one big benefit that this has over sea ice is that you can actually do something. You can fish, you can chop trees down. Well, you can fish on sea ice, but you can chop trees down. You get these cactus that keep popping up that keep us busy. So at least it's not just staring at the screen. I feel like sea ice is a lot of just staring at the screen. This is only like half staring at the screen. It's only mostly staring at the screen. And they grew pretty quick. Chop them down at 20%. I still don't know what the most efficient time or percent to cut them down is. Like in terms of the time spent versus resources returned. Because you usually get 8 wood if you cut them down at 20%. That's 6 for the main cactus and then 22 for the stump. And that doesn't take very long to go from 15 to 20. Okay, so that gives us shelter. I do wonder if we should go with fences though. That almost seems like a better idea. And then put our fish up here. That way we can try to go right for bridges. Hey, Gazelle. Oh, I should have saved that. Let's go for a bow, actually. I almost have enough for a bow. We're still going to be in a lot of trouble if we get a heat wave, but short of that, I think she's mostly safe from temperature. Really just trying to stop the early game man-hunting packs. That's what I'm concerned about. Or the early game raids. Awesome. Oh no, she's tough and has 9 melee. Oh, guys. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. She's attacking right away, so I don't even have time. I don't even have time to build a... Oh, I think I'm dead. I don't think I can do anything. I'd build a bow, but I don't have time. Well, I guess we just hope for the best. I'm 99% sure she's going to murder me. But I got a knee spike. Maybe we get a critical hit. She could get a hit knee to the brain. It's possible. Come on, RNG. Be with me. Maybe she goes for a fire start? Nope. No fire start. Come on. Shot to the heart. 1 to the brain. Oh, she's stunned. 2 to the torso. That's not good. Oh, we got 1 in the head. It didn't go through the skull. Oh, okay. She's down. God damn it. Well, I think that's gonna be my final attempt for today. I think that's gonna be my final attempt for today. Yeah, no, Man in Black will not trigger if you only have 1 colonist. You have to get your 2nd colonist and then name the colony. Really enjoying this style playthrough. You know what? I am too. I am too. This has been a lot of fun. But I do think for today, this is going to be my last attempt. I will come back in the morning. I will start the next run at 10 a.m. Eastern. For those of you guys who don't want to convert time, that would be 5 hours and 16 minutes ago. Whatever time that is for you. Feel free to come join Discord if you want to get updates on when the stream goes live. Just caught up. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, that was my last run for today. I will be live again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. I'm going to go work on the next episode of the Iceberg run. So if you're interested in that, that episode should be up. Hopefully, I'm hoping to have the next episode of Iceberg up on Thursday. I'm also hoping to have the next episode of the Family Only run, which I know a few people have been really waiting for. I'm hoping to have that up pretty soon. Next few days. Maybe by the end of the week. But I'm going to be productive and go work on that. Appreciate all the support today, guys. Thank you so much. It was very, very, very helpful. I'm going to hop off, though. We'll work on that, and I will see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. Have a good rest of your day. Make sure you follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube.